bit of housekeeping. I'm going to give a little bit of housekeeping rules. Your mics and your video will be turned off so we can focus on the presenters. We are also being recorded, as you heard, and then you will find that on our Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds YouTube channel within the next few days. And then a link will be sent to you if you had signed up. Also, we want to let you know, if you can let us know who you are and what cemeteries that you come from, if you're even working with a cemetery. And then also we will just want to hear when you have a question or an answer, put it in the chat. So now I'm going to turn it over to our most capable president, Barbara Barksdale.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know how capable that is, but I'm here. Isn't this? It's a beautiful day. Do you see what I'm sitting here in front of? I'm in front of a beautiful palm tree, and God, I wish I was really there to do this. Anyway, good morning and welcome to the annual Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds Conference. My name, as she had mentioned, is Barbara Barksdale, and I am the chair of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds organization and one of the original founders. I'm also the founder and president of the Friends of Mifflin, which is located here in outside of Harrisburg, just to make it easy for you. So where if you ever want to come visit us in Sweater Township, and of course in Pennsylvania, we have a great lineup of presenters that I know you are going to enjoy, learn from, and be able to share the information that you will receive today. I'm seeing some of the wonderful faces and I'm seeing some great names that are signing in and signing on. And I'm sure by the end of my conversation with you that they'll all be on. Hopefully and prayerfully, we'll all have a wonderful day of learning. Let me talk to you about our mission statement. Just a little bit. The Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is a statewide nonprofit organization dedicated to the following mission. The mission of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is to honor, preserve, interpret, and preserve African American cemeteries and the burial sites of the Civil War African American sailors and the United States Colored Troops in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds connects and supports and builds the capacity of the stewards of these cemeteries and burial sites and support conservation, documentation, education, and training. Working collaboratively with other groups and organizations, and we work with a lot, not only in Pennsylvania, but outside of PA. The Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds provides tangible encounters with memory and enriches the public understanding of history. So, with that being said, we are our annual meeting is called the theme is resilience, which I'm singing and laughing right now. I'm bouncing back from. I need some coffee. Of course, I never drink the stuff, but probably that's what I need to get me moving this morning. Anyway, I have to ask myself, what does resilience have to do with cemeteries? And what does it have to do with those who are interred in these cemeteries? And I started thinking and pondering over this because Sheila Jones was the one who came up with the idea of resilience way back in December of last year. And we started thinking and talking about it. And what I've come up with is that to answer my questions, and maybe you have thought about that too when you start looking at the theme, that I like to think about was the ancestors that were enslaved at one time, fought for their freedom, such as the United States Colored Troops and also the sailors that I just mentioned. I think of the challenges that they faced, not only the military, but also all the people that were in this country, whether they came in on their own or they were brought in as slaves. And they made it through the difficult times, and we're still dealing with those difficult times. But we're resilient people. We bounce back. We conform to what's going on in this world, how we're treated. We don't. We conform to have that adaptability to survive. And we have survived. God knows we survived because many of you are here, the descendants of those survivors, and we're surviving for them to make sure that we are taking care of their history, that we're notating it, that we're documenting it, and we're doing everything we possibly can do to make sure that their stories are told. It doesn't have to be just those who are of the upper echelon. They're the ones who are at the bottom, who is picking the cotton or grabbing up the tobacco, or those who just told that master no. They're the ones who came up with the Great Migration. They're the ones who fought for civil rights. And what we are doing right now, trying to make sure our history is not forgotten. We are doing everything as resilient people. And I really don't care what color you are, we are resilient. The main thing is that we are resilient equally, that we are educating, we're documenting, we are striving to do the best for our communities, to make sure our communities, whether they are ones that are still viable or the ones where some of our ancestors lay in the woods because the community is gone, we go back and we start finding them and making sure that we are notating them, putting a placard there, a headstone there, something that is going to allow the world to know that they were here and what they represented. So resilience have come a long way. And I am just so blessed and so happy to know that there are like-minded people of the same caliber, and we pull up the young ones to be just as great as us, to pass on this here information and let them know that we are survivors, that we are educators, we are promoters of history, that we are documenting, archiving, and doing everything so our future people that come along will be able to go back and take a look at what we have done and strive to do better than what we have done. So I thank you so much. Because of our resilience over the years to grow, the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has come a long way. It started with Midland Cemetery, and now I'm just so grateful and so blessed to know that from Midland to around the state, we are taking care of our ancestors. And look at us now. We are beyond our state. I see Mr. Robert Stubblefield there. I see Dr. Kelsey Moore. I am just so blessed and knowing that you're there. Elizabeth Jeffries, and I'm not going to name all of you, but God knows I am so blessed and so happy to know that you are listening in and that you will learn something and you will pass on this information. I'm going to hand this over to Jeanie, who is one of our board members. And Jeanie is going to talk to you about what we have accomplished over the last year. And hopefully it will resonate with what you have done, if not equally. But hey, grab all the ideas that you can from us throughout not only our annual meeting report, but also throughout this year conference. Thank you. Jeanie?
Hi, folks. Let me get our PowerPoint up. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, so as Barbara mentioned, our theme is resilience this year. So we're going to talk about some of the things that we have done. All right. Um, One of our big accomplishments in this last year has been the regular publication of our monthly newsletter that goes out by email. It's edited by Brenda Barrett with the assistance of Charlotte Stone. It's currently distributed to nearly 600 people on our statewide distribution list. The newsletter provides updates about events happening across the state. Additionally, this year the newsletters featured original reporting, including an article with multiple sources on developments with the Byberry Township African American Burial Ground, which is located adjacent to Benjamin Rush State Park. And we look forward to continuing this coverage of the great work happening across the state in 2026. Thanks to the work of board members Crystal Crampton and Bertha Jackmon, we've continued our outstanding program of steward roundtables. These events attract participants from across the country, and we've even had multiple registrants from all the way across the ocean in Europe. This year we had 4 roundtables. They were Robin Kravitz discussed the National Park Service's Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program and the ways African American cemeteries that are burial places of conductors or freedom seekers could qualify for listing as part of the trail. Then we had Elizabeth Rare from the PA State Historic Preservation Office. She discussed the work of her office and Pennsylvania cemetery law. Then we had our own Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds board member, Joe Becton. He discussed Juneteenth and its impact on emancipation and Reconstruction. And finally, we had Timothy Trigg discussing the history and recent preservation efforts taking place at Mother Archie's Church and Cemetery in Chadds Ford Township, Delaware County, and she shared their plans for the future. You can view all of our past roundtables on our YouTube channel, and I'll place that link in the chat when we're finished here. We've continued to advocate for the preservation of African American cemeteries across the state, and especially to support initiatives spearheaded by local stewards and communities. We field questions via email and phone about issues as they arise, and our board members have appeared at numerous events and programs supporting local initiatives and spreading the word about Pennsylvania hallowed grounds and the need to preserve our African American cemeteries. Some examples: Bertha Jackmon and Crystal Crampton attended the Pocessing Trail of History Project, June 28, 2025, at Benjamin Rush State Park. And Barbara Barksdale, Bertha Jackmon, Sheila Jones worked with Dr. Jason Herman's digital archaeology students at the University of Pennsylvania. Board members Bertha Jackmon and Steve Berg, together with Samantha Dorm of the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery in York and Jason Harp of Richard Grubb and Associates, presented the national membership of the Association for Gravestone Studies annual meeting in June, which was in York. Board members Barbara Barksdale and Steve Berg have been working with a coalition of organizations seeking to protect and interpret the Craig Family Cemetery at Fort Hunter, north of Harrisburg. Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds was invited to speak at the rededication of the African American Memorial Cemetery in Lewistown, Mifflin County. The board also wrote a letter supporting the efforts of the Friends of Shiloh in Chester County to get a local historical marker installed to mark their important historic site. We were also involved with the conversation spearheaded by the PAHG around a new effort, the Unmarked Gravesite Initiatives, which seeks to locate the burial sites of women who served with the 6888 Postal Service Battalion during World War II, and to ensure that their graves are marked with grave markers and the military honors they deserve. An initiative by the Pennsylvania Archaeological Council has leveraged community involvement and professional support to provide on-site documentation via ground-penetrating radar at Midland Cemetery in Dauphin County and Lebanon Cemetery in York County. We're committed to continuing efforts to locate African American cemeteries, to see that their stories are told, and whenever possible, to get them recognized in ways that can assist with their future appreciation and preservation. These include things such as listing of sites on the National Register of Historic Places or the National Park Service Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. In the last year, 2 African American cemeteries have been determined eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. These include Thornbury AME Church, Glen Mills, Delaware County, and also Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg, both determined eligible for the National Register. And then one cemetery has been successfully listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That is the Craig Family Cemetery at Fort Hunter in Dauphin County. In addition, 2 sites will be receiving Pennsylvania State Historical Markers in 2025. One of them is Mount Tabor Church and Cemetery in Mount Holly Springs, Cumberland County. And another is Brownsville Church of God Cemetery, which is noted as a site of Underground Railroad activity in Green Township, Franklin County. Our work is primarily driven by volunteers, but we do have administrative and technological expenses. These include the cost of our Zoom account, our MailChimp subscription, and our post office box. We're very grateful for the individuals and organizations that support our work, and we wanted to give a special shout out to a number of them. So, a special thank you to Historic Eden Cemetery, Friends of Midland Cemetery, Locust Grove Cemetery Committee, the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds Board and Cemetery Stewards, and everyone else who gives their time, money, and love to preserving our cemeteries. Of course, this only begins to scratch the surface of the amazing work taking place by cemetery stewards, historians, and advocates across the state every day. We're always seeking to build our movement and create new partnerships, and we're proud that we keep this work moving forward. Fitting with our conference theme of resilience, this work is even more important than ever during these challenging times. With your help and support, we look forward to doing even more to preserve our cemeteries and to tell their stories in the coming year. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Jeanie. All righty. Well, folks, as you see, we've accomplished a lot and we plan on accomplishing more. And just to let you know, if you haven't seen our agenda for the day, that we plan on having we have them all, some terrific presenters, and our lineup is as such, which I'm gonna be introducing Robert in a moment, but also to let you know, Dr. Kelsey Moore will be coming right behind him. We'll be doing the cemetery stores case studies, as well as having a quick break. A break will be for about 15 minutes, and you'll be entertained with some music. So I want you to get up and move around and shout and dance with it or sing with it if you already know the song. And we'll be doing some, you know, little, as they call it, public service announcements during that time also. But we also expect for you to, or let's say, I hope you will come back and then listen to Dr. Jennifer Blake's in the afternoon. And we're going to have some open discussions going, preparing for disasters and emergencies, the cemetery stores open discussion, which I want all of you to be off of mute and off of pictures at that point, where we can just entertain each other with some wonderful thoughts and talk about what you're doing, how you're doing, and everything else. And just try to enjoy the day at the end of the day as our wrap up. So um, if you have any questions, please again place them in the mute section of our Zoom. And let's get started with Robert Stubblefield. He's in Maryland. Robert Stubblefield is a poet, author, activist, organizer, and lay minister currently located in the DMV, which is, uh, where the
DC,
White House
Maryland,
is.
Virginia. DC, Maryland, Virginia. That's
Okay, and I should know that my son is a police officer down in Maryland, so I should know that. But anyway, he is a member of the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, Racial Justice Now, Montgomery County chapter of Democratic Socialists of America, a host of other organizations. He had been published in Black Agenda Report, Maryland Matters, and Medium, and has written on desecration, reparations, police terrorism, and liberation movements. Recently, he was part of a key victory at the Maryland Supreme Court with Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, and help establish a Black Burial Grounds Committee. Robert, I'm going to let you take over from here, Mr. Robert Stubblefield of Maryland. Thank you, Robert, for joining us.
Thank you. I too want to meet this guy. Yes. So, just want to give thanks to not just you, Barbara, but to the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds for your support of the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition for the past couple of years. And it turns out, like, doing this work, fun fact, like doing this work, finding out that me and Miss Barksdale are actually distant cousins. So, doing this work, like, you'd be amazed at the amount of relations. So, as Barbara mentioned, I'm a member of the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition. We got started 10 years ago, when we found out that Montgomery County was doing a development project which would cause a parking garage to be built on top of a historic Black cemetery that they first were denying even existed. But fortunately, because of historical research as well as our advocacy, we were able to, like, show that the cemetery was there. The county, was taking part in desecration, and we as a descendant community, we want that land returned. So ultimately, our goal is to establish a proper memorial and museum so we can educate the local community about what happened, as well as the resilience of that community, which was called River Road Graysville, which was a thriving Black working class community where people owned farms, people were skilled in stonemasonry, blacksmithing, carpentry, before they were displaced by the early to mid 1960s. So I wanted to talk a little bit about like some of the recent updates, what happens when grassroots advocacy combines with legislative victories. So, as Ms. Barksdale mentioned, we were able to achieve a victory last year at the Maryland Supreme Court, which said that basically, the county agencies as well as the private developers, even though you can sell a property that contains a burial ground or cemetery, that the descendant community has the right to bring legal suit and sue you for equitable relief. Now, what equitable relief looks like may differ upon each descendant community, but for us, as I mentioned, we want to make sure that land's returned so we can have a memorial and museum. Based on that victory, we're then able to work on some key legislation. We worked with a lot of statewide advocates across the state of Maryland. These include other cemetery preservation groups, other descendant communities, and we had 5 bills that we were working on, excuse me, that we're working on like this past legislative session. The out of the 5 bills um that we worked on, 3 passed. I actually have two of them up. I don't know if I have the ability to share my screen. But in case let me just hey Barbara, do I have the ability to share my screen real quick so I can like just show some of the bills that passed?
Sure, please.
Okay, sure. Actually, let me just go ahead, share my screen. All right, let me just go back. Let me just move this out the way. Perfect. So here was the first bill that passed. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, well, I can.
Okay. All right. So the bill is the Abandoned and Neglected Cemeteries Fund. What this bill is that it basically sets aside a certain amount of money each year that goes towards restoring and preserving what perceived as abandoned or neglected cemeteries. That's very key because oftentimes, not just working with in the state of Maryland, but working with other descendant groups across the country, oftentimes when our cemeteries are quote unquote rediscovered, they're often been found abandoned, neglected, and so oftentimes the cost to try to restore the cemeteries goes to descendant communities, which may or may not have the funds necessary. What this bill does is that it sets aside a certain amount of money, usually around in the $100,000, to be dispersed to descendant communities who have abandoned, neglected cemeteries, so they're not the ones bearing the cost. So it's part of the state budget now. That was key because we wanted to make sure that we're able to restore and make sure our ancestors have the right to rest in peace with dignity that they may or may not have had during life. The second bill that passed, and this is one that we really, had to fight tooth and nail for. This establishes a Maryland inventory of cemeteries and burial sites work group. So, an inventory of cemeteries. This was key because in the state of Maryland, prior to this past legislative session, oftentimes, databases were either handled voluntarily, they were handled via like your faith-based institution. Oftentimes like churches, mosques have burial records. Oftentimes like your local counties, planning board, historic preservation, commission usually had a record of cemeteries, but there wasn't one uniform state database. What this bill does on the first part is that it establishes a Maryland State Inventory of cemeteries. So now now you can actually go on like Maryland State Archives as well as the Office of Cemetery Oversight, and there is you can actually go into that state database and look up any cemetery or burial ground. What's the condition? What's the status? Is it still active? Is it inactive? Where is the last known location? Where the body's reinterred, disinterred, etc. So that's the first half of this bill. The second half of this bill establishes a burial sites work group. And this is key because there's an old saying that nothing that is going to be by us is going to be for us. And oftentimes in some of these discussions, whenever they talk about descendant communities, specifically when we talk about African American burial sites, um, that typically what winds up happening is that we are often, Black and Indigenous groups are left out of the conversation. So we were very adamant that if this work group is going to be established, that yes, you may have a representative of the Maryland Historical Trust and the Office of Cemetery Oversight, but you have to have representation from these descendant groups, so that way we can tell you exactly what is going on. All right, we can tell you what's going on. We can tell you what's the condition that our cemeteries are facing. And so basically, we fought tooth and nail. There was a bit of a battle in the during like the debate process, during the committee process, like should descendant communities, be involved in this process at all? But ultimately, we're able to not only win that battle and committee, but we're able to get it passed into law, and it went into effect back in July. So so the work group is currently active. So the work group is currently active. So let me just stop my share real quick. But none of that would have been possible without grassroots advocacy, and that is we were having our regular protests, our rallies in front of Moses Cemetery. We were also having, even outside the courthouse, a rally and a press conference, because we want to make sure that this is an issue we care about. We wanted to show that like you cannot ignore this issue. This is an issue of great concern, and if you truly say you care about representing the people, then this is what the people are asking for, especially because we all die. And we all would hate it if our descendants wanted to come visit us at our grave sites only to find it fenced off or a parking lot paved over it because they want to establish a hotel or build a storage unit. So those are some of the. Oh, I also have another reason. This actually happened about a couple weeks ago. Recently, Montgomery County has now established a Black Burial Grounds Commission, and one of the founders of the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition has been elected and voted in as chair unanimously. So that is another victory that happened because we organized and we advocated. Because you have to have both the grassroots, with that revolutionary mindset, as well as the fact you gotta be able to have like some legislative victory so we can have these protections in place. So I know I'm about 2 minutes early. So if anyone has any quick questions, I mean, no, we got Q&A later, but I got 2 minutes, so I'm done. So if anyone has any questions or comments, please feel free.
Well, Robert, thank you so much. And I'm going to ask everybody to please place their comments and questions in the chat. And along with that, make sure that you're also letting us know where you're from. I know we have some people in here from not only Maryland, yay, but we also have people that are from Texas and Virginia and other parts of the country. So please, I see that already you have a comment in there about how great this information is, Robert. So hopefully that we'll have more comments for you near the end. And also, Robert, would you mind placing your email or your contact information in the chat so that people can get a hold of you? Because this is a critical time that we need to share our information. Let's not be the crab in the basket. You folks have heard of that over the years, right? So let's be the ones who are pulling each other up as opposed to pushing each other down. Okay. So all of you, take the time, put your chat information in the chat so that we know that you're here, that we're working together, and that we are unified in making sure that our history is taken care of. So I'm going to then, I just realized I'm going to be moderating all this thing today, but that's okay. It's a good day. I'm going to have Crystal, who is on the screen right now, and she's going to be introducing the wonderful Dr. Kelsey Moore. So, Crystal, I'm going to hand this over to you. Robert, thank you again. God bless you, and put your information in the chat for us, okay?
Yep, I just put the email, but I can put it again. I put my email again, so.
We got
All
it.
right. And any websites or anything like that, and also a link to all your bills that you have, if they're available to be seen by the country, the world, okay?
Yep, gotcha.
All righty. God bless. Thank you. Crystal, I'm going to let you have it. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have the opportunity to introduce Dr. Kelsey A. Moore. She is an assistant professor at the African American History and Black Studies at Georgetown University. She also has received her MA, her PhD in history from the Johns Hopkins University, and a dual BA in African Studies, summa cum laude, as the 219 valedictorian of the College in Arts and Science. Her work is focused on rural Black Southern history, raising questions about Black religion, culture, and development in the 20th century. Dr. Kelsey currently book project is called Black Penthas, Submerged Matters and Conjuncture Knowledge in the Santee Cooper Basin. As a inaugural 2022-2023 Crossroads Research Fellow based in Princeton University, Dr. Moore created a digital project called We Just Don't Trust Our Memories to Stone. Dr. Moore has also created a fugitive map of the Black South and findings the death of another kind of fugitive map as a digital meditations on Black places making. Dr. Kelsey Moore research on the flooded cemeteries in the Santee Cooper Base has been featured in Picturing Black History, Photographs and Stories That Change the World. Research that has supported from Carter G. Woodson University in the African American and African Studies at the University of Virginia and Southern South Carolina Library at the library in the South Carolinas. If I can just say, please help me welcome Dr. Kelsey A. Moore. Kelsey?
Thank you for such a lovely introduction, Ms. Crampton. It is, I'm so thankful to be here. I want to say thank you to the board for inviting me to be here with y'all, and I'm thankful for y'all for being here virtually and spiritually. I'm going to share my screen before I get started. Sorry. Can everyone see?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it is truly an honor to be in conversations with stewards and activists of Black cemeteries. I'm a historian, so it's great to see this work happening in the present, because as we know, the history of Black cemeteries, they have been desecrated, and they continue to be desecrated. So it's important to preserve and honor these sites and to continue, the sharing, the importance of these histories for our communities and also just for our ancestral well-being. I'm gonna stop my video because I distract myself, but today, my presentation is entitled, We Don't Trust Our Memories to Stone, Remapping Black Cemeteries in the Santee Cooper Basin. And so the first part of this title actually comes from Zora Neale Hurston's 1939 novel, Moses, Man of the Mountain. In this scene where one of the Hebrew elders says this, the elders are explaining to Pharaoh that, quote, we don't build monuments, but we do have memories, unquote. And for the longest, I really meditated on these words as they helped me to piece together my own thoughts on the importance of Black cemeteries. To me, the importance of Black cemeteries does not begin and end with headstones, the material of monuments, but rather their importance rested in the deep ancestral knowledge that was held within them and necessary to maintain them. So today I want to talk about how the memory of Black cemeteries and communities in the Santee Cooper Basin remains contested to this day, and how digital mapping has served as a tool of remembering flooded cemeteries. And so part of my talk today are actually from my forthcoming article, Grave Matters, in the upcoming special issue of the Public Historian. And after this, I'll drop the link to that. Overton Park, pictured here, is an unusual beach. To locate it, beachgoers traveled on winding rural roads, which revealed the area's history. Powerhouse Road, Old Black Oak Road. At the end of Short Stay Lane, a young attendant granted visitors admission into the parking area after taking $2 per person in each vehicle. Once parked, guests saw typical sights of a beach ground: bluish water, sand, a lifeguard on duty, and amenities such as picnic shelters. But closer inspection highlighted the peculiarities of the beach. A densely forested area surrounded it, with a few trees abutting the edge of the water. A wooden quay wall kept the sand enclosed, revealing a less than natural shoreline. Lastly, large buoys demarcated a noticeably small swimmable area, although no large dangerous waves formed in the ocean-like expanse. Upon observing these oddities, one visitor remarked, "The land was not meant to hold this water." For most of its contemporary visitors, Overton Beach Park does not garner such suspicion. Located on the banks of Lake Moultrie, Overton Beach functions as a staple getaway in and around the Moncks Corner area in South Carolina. In fact, its owner, Santee Cooper, provides electricity for most of its visitors' homes and businesses. Established in 1934, the utility company, then known as the South Carolina Public South Carolina Public Authority, implemented the Santee Cooper Hydroelectric and Navigation Project, which diverted the Santee River and Cooper Rivers and engineered dams, canals to produce power. This massive transformation of the landscape resulted in the creation of two reservoirs, which we can see here. So this is Lake Moultrie here, and this is Lake Marion. And Lake Marion is the largest lake in South Carolina. And these two lakes covered over 100,000 acres. So since its creation during the New Deal era, the lakes have boosted recreation in what is, called the Santee Cooper country. Presently, along with Overton Beach, the area hosts a wildlife refuge, trails, and other parks, offering locals and tourists alike opportunities to boat, fish, hunt, and hike. With the name Santee Cooper imprinted upon the land, minds, and pockets of South Carolinians, the lakes have become a quote-unquote natural part of life. But the affinity towards Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie falls along racial lines. Although countless white visitors, past and present, frolic in the lakes, many Black residents viewed the bodies of water with much trepidation. For years, Black elders told their children and grandchildren that the lakes were, quote, where, quote, very few of us go, unquote. Some elders never explicitly informed the younger generations of the reasons for their apprehensions. However, others told them that the reservoirs served as a painful reminder of the removal of the living and dead. And so before the Santee Cooper project, Black residents made up 95% of the area's population. Living in various settlements dotted throughout the basin, some Black farmers and tenants worked on the land that had been part of former plantations, while others established post-emancipation communities. However, the presence of the lakes washed away physically and symbolically places once important to Black life in the basin. Black residents lost spiritual and ancestral sites too. Up until the project's completion in 1942, Black residents and their enslaved ancestors tended to many burial grounds on former plantations and in churchyards established after emancipation. So both of these cemeteries that we see here were actually on former plantation land. And most residents in this area continued to bury their loved ones in these cemeteries. There were church cemeteries that were established after emancipation. However, plantation cemeteries were still very popular. And so over 8,000 Black graves face either inundation or removal to new locations. And the removal was not done at the specification of Black residents. But however, to this day, Santee Cooper only reports that 6,000 were removed for the project. And whether interred or flooded by water, Black cemeteries, monuments of deep spiritual practices, were severed from their communities. And here I just wanted to show an image of a cemetery. This is on Wampie. This is Wampie Cemetery. And here you can see the practice of grave decorating that is a long derivative practice from enslaved Africans from what is now known the Congo or Angola. Grave decorating was something that was very prominent in this area due to the demographic of enslaved Africans that were brought to Low Country, South Carolina. Oops. To add insult to injury, decades later, in 2007, drought receded the shorelines, bringing grave robbers to once flooded resting places. And here I have redacted where this burial ground, was robbed. Additionally, Santee Cooper often intentionally drops the water levels of the lakes, which leaves Black cemeteries vulnerable to grave robbery. Descendants lamented that thieves stole human remains to sell on the Black market or to keep as trinkets. By design, the lakes constituted a sustained and yet submerged site of mourning for Black residents. But as the present-day power company Santee Cooper and its officials intended, Black mourning and Black history mattered little to summertime visitors at Overton Beach Park. Online promotional material that we can see here for the beach displays an image of white children enjoying the small playground on the shoreline. The joyous, seemingly innocuous image suggests that the power company's commitment to whitewashing the lake's past. Signage commemorating Black communities, farms, churches, and cemeteries that inhabited this space before inundation do not appear anywhere on the beach. And I do want to say that there is a student working to create a plaque, but there's still more work to be done around that. And to be sure, Santee Cooper has not shied away from narrating its history. In its many commissioned brochures, books, and educational videos, Santee Cooper and its officials have positioned the project as the patron of progress to Black communities that were quote unquote left behind. For example, in the progress picture book, and here's an image that we see, it features this before and after photo of a Black family's home that, quote, exemplified a change for the better, unquote. And today, the Berkeley County Museum, sponsored by Santee Cooper and is just 4 minutes away from the utilities company's headquarters, proudly displays an exhibition on the project, highlighting it as a necessary good for the area. Within these materials, removal of Black cemeteries receive little to no mention, while any reference to their submersion is non-existent. As Santee Cooper's presence and the teleological narratives of progress become enshrined on the landscape, Black history, although carried by some Black locals, has slipped away from the broader public memory and consciousness. And I want to make it clear that cemetery work during the Santee Cooper Hydroelectric and Navigation Project not only protected and maintained white political power, but also determined who and what would be remembered after the project's completion. It is easy to assume that the desecration of grave sites was simply collateral damage necessary for rural development that brought jobs and electricity to the area. The authorities' attention to cemeteries, however, proves that such a perspective fails to consider how intentionally the agency approached cemetery removal. First, cemetery removal raised critical legal and financial concerns. Authority officials, already aware of the legal issues that plagued the start of the project, wanted to avoid any additional litigation that would cost the agency. And as the agency's voluminous records illustrate, officials in the land, legal, and engineering departments of the authority worked to outline procedures that handled questions regarding the legality of acquiring tracts with cemeteries and removing and flooding them. Secondly, cemeteries held sentimental value to Black and white residents, and the authority was aware that emotional attachment could trigger legal recourse. In fact, an agent noted that cemetery removal was the most sacred task, especially when handling remains found in white cemeteries dating back to the 1700s. Cemetery work for the authority was not a peripheral task. Instead, it required multi-departmental effort and decision-making, and if mishandled, could result in grave consequences for the agency. And work on the cemetery spanned most of the project's construction. From the summer of 1938 until 1942, authority hired surveyors and attorneys, investigated and advertised all cemeteries identified to be within the project area. Cemetery laborers, mostly Black, exhumed and reinterred graves that officials determined were to be removed on land that was acquired by the authority. And the other graves were left to await over 500 million gallons of water. Despite impending flooding, residents continued to bury their loved ones in local cemeteries, which greatly annoyed authority officials. But we have to remember that most of the folks in this area were sharecroppers, and they were losing their land, so they didn't have other land to bury their loved ones. By the end of the removal process, the director of the authority cemetery department reported to have removed and reinterred graves from 16 Black cemeteries containing over 5,000 remains, as well as from 12 white cemeteries, mostly belonging to former white slave owning families. And that was about 500 graves that were removed from white cemeteries. Although expressing interest in preserving human and non-human remains found in mounds engineered by various indigenous communities, the agency decided not to conduct archaeological digs. And so over 3,000 graves belonging to enslaved Africans and their descendants and a few indigenous mounds were drowned, while only 38 white graves faced the same fate. Most of these burials are under what is now known as Lake Moultrie, which I had the picture of. These figures, require a deeper interrogation to explain how the authority determined which and whose remains mattered enough to receive adequate care and regard. For the authority, deciding which cemeteries mattered hinged on two physical matters, dirt and stone. Groundskeeping in the presence of, or lack thereof, a headstone centrally figured in discussions about cemetery maintenance and negligence, which shaped their opinions on which cemeteries were necessary to save. Most importantly, dirt and stone approximated various racial meanings. The authority associated seemingly neglected or unkept or dirtied cemeteries with Black residents, while well-maintained grounds usually indicated white burial grounds. The presence of headstones to the agency signified care, and cultural pride. Since Black cemetery or Black residents arranged their deathscapes with different mortuary practices derived from a blend of West and West Central African, indigenous, and Christian practices, the authority did not recognize and disregarded the cultural and historical significance of Black cemeteries. By articulating and affecting aesthetic standards and historical import through dirt and stone, the authority produced and reproduced Jim Crow racial hierarchies that neither the dead nor living could escape. Through dirt and stone, the authority worked out the terms and conditions of its bureaucracy and the eco-destruction and dispossession necessary for the project's completion. Over 600,000 tons of crushed stones and over 2 million bags of cement were used to create all the infrastructure. In addition, thousands of workers moved over 40 million cubic yards of earth. For the state agency, digging up dirt and crushing and pouring stone and concrete meant rearranging the landscape with dams, dikes, a lock, canals, spillways, and powerhouses. The hydroelectric infrastructure acted as a monument of its own. Through this project, the legacy of the authority, not those who inhabited the land before, would be set in stone. And here we can see to the right, I actually took this photo this past summer. And when you come to this power station that's on Lake Moultrie, it feels, the power plant itself feels incredibly monumental. The Santee Cooper Hydroelectric Navigation Project reveals how development shaped the physical landscape, which shaped public memory. Cemetery reports, interdepartmental correspondence, annual reports, and photographs, all created and taken by the authority, demonstrate how investigators work to textually and visually render Black cemeteries as neglected. As a part of the authority's archives, these voluminous documents, mostly made available through tedious Freedom of Information Act requests, ironically ensure that knowledge about Black residents in the basin remains submerged. Of course, not all has been lost to the lakes and the archive. During my second visit to the Santee Cooper area in June of this year, I met with Black elders who were the children and grandchildren of those who were forcibly moved off the lakes. Conversations with them revealed that some of the area's history had been passed down and preserved through oral knowledge, even if local institutions had been whitewashing the history. I met with 2 residents at the main library while one invited me into her home. And in these conversations, they all spoke of places such as Ophir and Hog Swamp that they had heard about from their childhood through their parents. One resident shared a book with me and even took me on an impromptu tour of other parts of Berkeley County. Although I was there mostly to learn from them, I shared images of now flooded cemeteries and answered their questions about, the broader history of the area. And during these conversations, I decided to share my ArcGIS story maps with them. Titled, "We Don't Just Trust Our Memories to Stone," this project had multiple points of emergence for me. In its earliest articulation, this project was meant to serve as a visual a company or a companion, to my dissertation. Although the Santee Cooper Hydroelectric and Navigation Project was the largest land clearing project of its time, little had been published on the matter. And even less knew about the 8,000 Black graves that were either removed or inundated. So naturally, I wanted to share this incredibly moving story with people who would not be able to read my dissertation. But as I contended with the larger stakes of development as a practice of spiritual, ecological, and epistemic violence against Black and Indigenous people in my archives, I started to think about how a digital project could resolve some of the tensions that haunted my work more broadly. And some of those tensions were, one, visuality and visibility, and evidence or proof. First, questions regarding what could be seen or not, and what was purposely invisibilized surrounded the Santee Cooper project. For one, optics mattered to officials leading the authority, the agency that was responsible for the project. To them, the project was monumental. Officials littered their archives with photos that documented every step of clearing, digging, and removing. In addition, their contractors incessantly drew up maps that revealed their plans to completely rearrange the landscape. And we saw a map earlier that was developed by folks working with the Santee Cooper project. While these visual records dominated the archive, I was interested in something below the surface. And knowing that the project officially ended with the flooding of over 300 or 3,000 Black graves, I wanted to see what had been submerged physically and metaphysically. As my documents reveal, the Santee Cooper project was not just a story about hydroelectric infrastructure. Instead, it told a story about how racial and cosmological reordering were integral to modernization projects. And that is still happening to this day. It raised an essential question: what was lost when Black cemeteries and other Black ancestral landscapes are removed and flooded without much consideration? This led me to take conjure, a Black Southern epistemology, seriously as a method of rereading and reanalyzing my archival material. But seeing and using conjure to see, seeing and using conjure to see differently raised another set of questions. How do I prove that conjure is relevant to the Santee Cooper project, and what is my evidence? And so to resolve these questions concerning processes of seeing and evidencing, I turned to digital mapping. Since the authority was able to rearrange the land, the living, and the dead, I felt it was necessary to create a kind of counter map using ArcGIS that privileged Black ways of sensing and knowing the basin before the Santee Cooper project. And so as this digital project demonstrates, and I'll drop the link after I'm finished, conjure took shape in the cemeteries, swamps, and springs. Old plantation maps showed that many Black cemeteries were located at the edge of swamps in deeply forested areas. They also located limestone springs and another important spiritual location for many Black residents and their ancestors. And photos also provided evidence of conjures of material culture. And so there's a famous photo that I don't include in this presentation of a cemetery that has a headstone with a clock in it. And the clock is a conjure symbol, in part because folks that were brought to this area, again, they came from the Congo region, and in that cosmology, time is cyclical, and death is not the end, but it is a time of rebirth, and that is symbolized through the clock. So counter mapping in this way allowed me to reject white capitalist visions that cast cemeteries, swamps, and forests as impediments to development. Instead, it allowed me to reread and regard these places as richly inhabited sites where Black histories and memories flourished and evolved. Still, perhaps the most critical aspect of my countermap is my attempt at relocating the cemeteries flooded by the project. And you can see that here with these yellow dots. I've tried to, approximate where these cemeteries once were. Again, little effort has been made to commemorate who or what had existed or what lies underneath the lakes. So this digital project serves as a way to refuse complete submersion. But it's still, in many ways, this project feels incomplete. All maps are fraught. This digital map fails to and cannot resurface all flooded cemeteries and ancestral sites. Because one thing I found in my, archival research is that there are many cemeteries that were no longer remembered by the time you get to the 1930s. Because plantations in this area, some had been completely destroyed during the Civil War. And also, I know that some of my, estimated locations are off, in part because I'm using multiple historical maps in order to, place it today. So there's always some issues around that. And then also, the digital project makes mentions of burial grounds belonging to Indigenous folks. However, it does not deeply contend with Indigenous knowledge and placemaking. You know, one thing that this project though has allowed me to think about is how to engage with descendant communities and ask what they want to see or how this project could better serve them. I have been in conversations with one descendant who did say that they used this map during their family reunion. But in all its shortcomings, we just don't trust our memories to stone has given new conceptual life as my research takes shape as a book. And this map has allowed me to think deeply about, the new landscape that, Santee Cooper created. So I'm going to end here because I might be over time. But I want to say thank you, and I look forward to your questions. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Kelsey. I would love to see some more of your digital maps and the clock that you were talking about. I think that is so important. If you guys can put your questions in the chat for Dr. Kelsey, and we will get to them. Next, we will have our cemetery Stewards case studies. The introduction.
Crystal, I hate to interrupt you at this point, but we at this point, just even if you make comments to Dr. Kelsey, because she's still on available until 11:30.
Yep, we do have time. So
and so let's take a couple of moments for the people to go live. If they have a question, put their hand up, or if you need to be on the screen to talk with her. While we have her, might as well grab her while you got her, because I was, Dr. Kelsey, I was telling you, I was thinking about my own cemetery, Midland Cemetery, and when you start showing the pictures of the cemeteries in the woods with a few glimpses of the headstones, that was Midland Cemetery. That was truly Midland Cemetery. When I first started, it was nothing but woods all the way out to the street. And then we found out that the street is, or the road is covering part of the cemetery, and it's part of across the street, right next to the old dump, so all the things that you were presenting somehow resonated to me. And I'm sure there's so many others on here that can say, oh my God, that's part of my cemetery, or that is my cemetery. So we just got to be some kind of conversation here that somebody can say, oh yeah, that's mine. So excellent presentation. I also want to know, how are you when you're digging through and trying to find all these different I'm sorry, there's little things popping up here. When you're digging through, how are you finding all these different plantations? Is that from constant research by yourself, or are you involving your students with this research? Are you documenting it someplace else? And also in your books, what are you doing with all this great information?
That's a really good question. Well, I'll answer the first part first. This area actually, there's a lot of maps actually I actually have it right here. I'm gonna see if I can show it. Because there's so many like local historians in this area, this is actually a map of where former plantation tracts were. Okay. So because all of these maps exist, it's been quite easy in finding where black plantations and thus their black cemeteries were. And so actually, you know, I'm in my first year of teaching, so I have not gotten students involved in my research yet. But I am thinking about how to make this information more readily available to descendant communities in the area, in part because the way that I obtain most of my documents is through FOIA request. And you have to pay for that because Santee Cooper levies labor fees. And so if you're requesting a lot of documents, it can run you a couple of $1,000s. And you know, as someone who's institutionally supported, I have a research budget, but most descendant communities, they don't have a research budget. So I've been thinking of ways of how to like trying to create a database in order to share this information with folks. But I haven't landed on anything. And in part, you know, in the troubling times that we're in, there is a lot of questions about like how safe is technology, how safe is the digital when, you know, the powers that be owns a lot of this, and you know, the stripping of AI, like AI stripping information. There's just a lot of questions. So I have to sit and think through that a little bit more.
Well, with the lake covering so much of the cemeteries, it's Santee Cooper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So have anybody tried to go after them to say, look, you need to do something to maintain this area, that you need to also help pay for documenting this information? The individual committees or organizations, cemetery stewards or whomever, anybody collectively go after these people and make them
From my understanding, no, because one key aspect of understanding this area is that it is ran by old boys.
uh,
I was in conversation with someone that is, you know, in the area, and at the Berkeley County Museum, they have a Confederate soldier. They have a statue for Confederate soldiers. And then someone, you know, proposed maybe even taking that down, and the board laughed him out of the room. So, and it also, like, when you go to the area, there is no kind of open conversation about what existed in this area before. People do not acknowledge that 95% of the area were Black residents. They only talk about the 5% of white residents who were slave owner or descendants of slave owning families, because they had the loudest, during the project, they had the loudest, you know, pushback. But they were also compensated very well. Well, I shouldn't say they were compensated very well, but they were more compensated than Black residents. And so people will talk about, you know, these prominent white families and their, you know, disdain for the project, but they do not mention Black folks' experience with the project. And that is seen in the public institutions and Santee Cooper, and it's seen in conversations with folks that work at Santee Cooper. But then when you talk to Black residents, it's a different story.
And that seems to be the case all the time. It's a
Yeah.
different story.
Right.
You know, you constantly have to fight. You constantly have to fight.
Mhm.
There is a question in here from Robert. Robert, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first things first, great presentation. You know, I think it was very powerful. So the question that I put in the chat is, from your experience as both a historian and as a professor, can you explain the importance of archiving your work as a form of resilience for both descendants and community advocacy groups?
Yeah, that's a really good question. One thing that I always say is that I'm from South Carolina, but I'm from Spartanburg, South Carolina. So I'm not from this area that I work in. I'm not from the Santa Cooper area. But I always say that I do not, even though I'm writing a lot about this project, I do not own this history. This history is the descendants' history, and they should have access to this knowledge that isn't behind paywalls of, journal articles, that isn't, behind, like, you have to read an academic book in order to get information about your history. I truly do believe that. And so one thing that I want, I believe that, making this work accessible in a lot of different ways, not only just like through digital projects, but I've been thinking about going back to Monk's Corner and organizing like different meetings at the local churches to share this information, because most of the folks that are interested in this work are older. They're not necessarily on the internet. Like, not to say people don't, they're not on the internet, but going there, you start to see like how in person organizing matters a lot to folks. And so I think that this, by doing that kind of work, allows descendant communities to not only take, like this is their history, like they can take ownership of it. And then they can determine like in what ways they would like to share, and then also like further disseminate this information to younger folks in the area. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it definitely does. It answers my question very well, especially because I definitely am full agreement that, you know, because that's something that, like, working with a couple of other descendant groups, like whenever they try to access their own history, mind you, whether it's even like their state or local archives, they have to pay a nominal fee. And
Right,
for a lot of groups that are volunteer based, it's kind of like
right,
where they're going to get the funds for that.
right,
Even though
exactly.
it's like, so it's kind of like trying to find other measures, and that takes time, which some
Right.
folk may or may not necessarily have. So thank you for that. And I hope to
Yeah,
and you're in Georgetown, Georgetown
yeah,
University.
yeah,
I
I'm
would,
in Birmingham.
yeah, I would love to connect with you, because I'm right next door. So
Absolutely. Please send me an email.
cool.
Well,
Got
I'm coming down too, cuz, okay?
yeah.
I'm gonna tell my son to come over there and get you. Okay. Honestly, goodness, guys, this is awesome. Dr. Kelsey, have you had? I'm sure you haven't had a chance to look at some of the chat information that's
Mm-mm.
coming in,
Mm.
but some people say they need to have you talk with them. I'm looking at the one from Amy. One of my colleagues got grants for digital media training, and the university runs the resulting website,
Mm.
Century of Black Mormons. They'd be happy to talk
Oh,
to
that's
you.
amazing.
Yes, indeed. Some wonderful comments. And Jeanie, who is helping with letting people in and such like that. Jeanie, you want to talk to her about what you had written up?
Sure. Yeah, I just left a comment. I'll read it off more or less.
Mm.
So I said I'm a genealogist, and one of my favorite clients' ancestors were actually enslaved at Ophir, an
Oh,
adjacent
wow.
Mexican plantation, which
Right,
was owned by
right.
the same family.
Yeah, the Porsche. Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't know about their origins there. Neither did his extended family. Like after I gave him his report, and I said the enslaved at Mexico actually helped to burn the plantation house down when the Union
Right.
Army came through, and it's such a cool story, like very empowering to hear. And when I was reading through like all of the diaries that the like enslaver families left from the period of the Civil War, it became like
Mm-hmm.
very clear, like if by reading between the lines, that the people who were enslaved there, like their families had lived there for centuries, and they were so like intimately familiar with the geography of that
Mm-hmm.
area, and it's just like hard to wrap your head around
Mm-hmm.
what they lost when that area was flooded. And I know that my client's family moved away from the area at the time that it was flooded, and I'm guessing that's true for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's just, this is such important work to help those people like reconnect with that history. So I think it's great that you're doing that. So
Thank you. Thank you. Um, I wanted to make a comment about the moving away. One thing that you will see in the cemetery reports is evidence of the Great Migration, because they had to write down like where living relatives lived, and so many people were already moving away to Pennsylvania. They were moving as far as to California. And so the this project added was such in many ways, I think of it as catastrophic in many ways. Not only, you know, destroying, quite literally destroying like familial connections and ancestral connections, but also the ecological damage that was done to this area. To this day, like that one thing that I talk about in my research is that underneath the land is limestone. Like underneath the ground is limestone. Limestone is incredibly porous. So the project in many ways wasn't even supposed to be built because the land quite literally was not designed to hold this mass of water. And this has had lasting implications because drought is always an issue. But I'm getting beyond the point. But yes, I love it. I love this story. But I'm hoping that this project can connect folks back to their history.
Well, I have to say that this has been wonderful. I see from you know, some of the comments here that it's just been you know, great speakers so far. We only had two. So far so good. And I just can't wait to really dig into more of your information, your books. The book that you have and refer to for the oh my, I actually was writing notes and everything else. We just don't trust our memories to stone. Will you is that on available?
So that's my digital project. I'm going to link it. My article with the public historian is coming out next month. But I
Okay.
can give the name. Yeah, you know, you're always on the schedule of a publication. And then
Congratulations.
in the far future, my book, Black Benthic, will come out, but that's far future. That is so
Huh?
down the line. So, but
Okay.
I will link all of my all of the things into the chat. I'm still
Okay.
trying to read the comments.
Uh-huh. Well, take your time, and we're going to be here all day, at least until 3:30. Not that you are, well, I hope that you stay on because we're going to have wonderful speakers this afternoon. And even just with this discussion, and we don't have a lot of time for everything, but you know, we are learning from each other, and that's what it's all about. That we raise each other up, we share this information, that we gather together, um, and share information so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, as they say. So I'm going to well, we're almost close to our time to get our next session. I don't want to have it so early where we have a law in presentation.
Well, we have one more question from Ann Tanner, and I do not want to mess up her last name, I'll say. It says, one of my colleagues got grants for digital media training, and the university runs the results website. Century of Black Mormons. They'd be happy to talk to you, Dr. Kelsey.
Mhm. And we addressed that one already.
Right. I believe it repeated itself. So
Okay.
we do know Dr. Kelsey will put all her information in the chat, and it will be available when we are on our YouTube channel also.
Mm-hmm. And folks, please don't forget to put your information in the chat of where you're from and what you're about. And then we can, you know, continue to connect with you, continue to read over our newsletters, continue to share your information so we can put it in our newsletters, and keep this ball rolling, because we don't want to have a moment where we're just sitting back and waiting for things to happen. We have to be that person. That's, I don't know if you know the name of Charles Blockson from Temple University. Had one of the largest collections of African American study books in the country. And Charles would tell me, agitate, agitate, agitate. he didn't say anything about how he gonna get you out of jail, but you're gonna agitate and make sure that you do what you need to do to keep it going. We can't let it die down, because the moment you do, they'll think that you don't have an interest in it. And if they even think that, they're going to stop it. They're going to stop you, and they're going to put all their information ahead of yours. So we have to do what we need to do to keep our history alive, keep it out from under the highways, the byways, the market, the shopping malls, the everything else, and the projects or whatever. So we must keep it going. We are the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, and we have to make sure our information is out there. And maybe in the future we need to add it as the United States Hallowed Grounds, in order to make sure that everybody can connect with us and learn about it. We also have online too, Sharon Williams, who is great in genealogy and teaching people how to do genealogy work, to do things like what Jeanie has done. And I know that she's been a formidable woman in trying to make people aware of their own ancestry, as well as ancestry, how it connects the dots to each other. We also have out here, we have some wonderful people out here. And we're going to be listening to people in the soon to be, right after Bertha gets to talk to getting them up with the cemetery stewards case studies. And Crystal's going to be talking about that in a moment. But also, when you also, Dr. Kelsey, and one other question here, when you talked about Moses, the man of the mountain, can you explain that just a little bit more for me? You're
Yes.
on mute.
Oh, so so like I said, the quote comes from "We Don't Trust Our Memories to Stone" comes from Zora Neale Hurston's book. And in that scene, so the Hebrew elders of Goshen are in a meeting, or there's a public meeting with Pharaoh. And actually, I want to say that one of the cemeteries, the image of my cemetery, the image of my presentation, that cemetery was called Goshen in Santee Cooper. So it just felt like there was a lot of synergies happening.
Yeah.
But in the novel, Pharaoh comes to talk to the Hebrews in the story, and the Pharaoh is actually creating a public works project, and he wants to force Hebrews to do that labor. And Pharaoh is like, why would I ever trust people who don't have monuments? If you don't have a monument, you don't have a history. And to push back, one of the elders is actually like, well, we may not have monuments in the way that you think of them, but we do have memories. And so that just seemed like a very important way of like framing and understanding what was happening in my own research, because in part of how the authority understood cemeteries, they believed that Black cemeteries were neglected because most of the graves did not have headstones. And that is in part because most of the people buried there were enslaved. At one point, they used other kinds of markers to mark graves that eventually, either blows away. Also, this area had between this time had experienced like over 10 hurricanes, so ain't no telling why headstones no longer existed. And the ones that we do see is because they come later in the 20th century, in the earlier part, where people are starting to get more money. There are burial societies that can pay for these things. And so the authority just quite literally could not see the care and regard that folks in this area had for their cemeteries, because they had different aesthetic practices. And so that scene in the novel really spoke to me, because it hit the nail on the head. And it makes sense because Zora Neale Hurston was herself, she worked for the Federal Works Project during the New Deal. The novel comes out in 1939. Santee Cooper is, it begins in 1938 and ends in 1942. So Zorna Hurston was also very aware, she may not have known about the Santee Cooper Project, but she was understanding of how New Deal development was thinking about Black land, Black and Indigenous land, Black communities, and so on and so forth. So.
Well, you just said a word there, indigenous.
Mm.
And when I'm thinking about one of your plantations was the Wampy, all right, well, which to me is a Native American name.
Yeah.
How many of the Native American cemeteries have you come across, or burial sites have you come across, or are some of the ones that are within all of your the lakes, are they also included in that?
So part of what because the entire project, like if you click on the story map, I do talk briefly about indigenous mounds. So I think there are 5 mounds: Ophir, Wampy, and I'm forgetting the other 3 off the top of my head every time.
That's okay. That's okay.
I always think I can remember, and then I can never remember. And it's also hard to know if these mounds were in fact burial mounds, because indigenous cultures have many kinds of mounds. And so people from colonial interference in the area, they had been digging in these mounds, so they had removed a lot of things. And so I if I'm not mistaken, oftentimes these mounds were closely located to Black cemeteries. And so I think 5 were flooded over, and 5 that were known, because there could have been more in the area. And so also what is happening during this time, by the time we get to the 1930s, because Jim Crow is structuring how people think about race, you see, if you were to look at a census records, you wouldn't see many people naming themselves as Native, as Indigenous, but they're still in the area. There's a cemetery, Glen Camp, that there's an enslaved cemetery or a former enslaved cemetery, a white cemetery, and a Black
Native.
Indigenous cemetery. So people are still in this area, but the way that people are identifying themselves is not necessarily along those lines. And also, like, the entire area, like Santee is a name of an indigenous group, but it's kind of a misnomer because there are many groups that get, clumped up as Santee. If I'm not mistaken, there's a couple other, I'm not going to bore y'all with the details, but indigenous people were all over this area. They continue to be in this area. To this day, they exist in this area. I think Holly Hill and Orangeburg is a main area where indigenous people still exist and live. Like, I'll stop there because I could keep going and going.
Well, that's okay. We'll have to have a conversation offline sometime soon. Okay.
Yeah.
We have one person though, and she actually is from Harrisburg, and that would be Linda. And she's indicating, and it's in the chat, that she has relatives who was killed in Sumter, South Carolina, and she would like more information. My thought would be to contact the USCT museum down in Washington, D.C. at 10th and U Street in the Shaw District, because they have a lot of the records there, as well as some of our people from Pennsylvania, like Joe Beckton. He has a wealth of information on a lot of the USCT, since he is also a historian and live interpreter of history. So there's a lot of different avenues, and Linda, we'll have to talk more, and we'll get you some more information to see if we can do what we can do to help you out. I'm going to thank you so much, Dr. Kelsey
Alejandra, yeah.
More. Okay, you got
Thank
the
you.
Alejandra in there, girl. All righty. So I'm going to turn this over to Crystal, then she can do what she needs to do. Continue to look at the chat, Dr. Kelsey and everybody else, to see if there's anything that can be added to the conversation or to the questions and the answers and such like that. All righty. So Crystal, please.
Yes, also in the comment, and I do agree, it says, love Joe Becton. He is a living legend, which is
Yes,
so
he
true.
is.
Thank you, Alexander. So
Mhm.
thank you, Dr. Kelsey, for your presentation. It was fabulous. We are going to move on to our cemetery stewards case studies. Bertha Jackmon, she is a board member and a Stewards of the Roundtable facilitator. Bertha?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Crystal. Yes, that was a fabulous presentation. And I don't know, well, you couldn't see me, but I was writing furiously. So I just want to say good morning. And I will introduce two cemetery stewards who will tell you about their cemeteries. I'm going to introduce both of them now, and then one can follow the other. Chad McCue, who's with the Norris Cemetery in Washington County, Pennsylvania. Chad is a seasoned land professional and project manager with a passion for history and genealogy. He has spent 15 years researching local history and family lineages. His dedication to uncovering the past has led to presentations on Washington County, Pennsylvania's hidden gems. Today, he'll share the story of how 10 years of researching an emancipated man named George culminated in the discovery of his final resting place, the forgotten Norris family cemetery. The other speaker is Anna Smith. Anna's with the Lewistown African American Memorial Cemetery in Mifflin County. She is a member of the African American Memorial Cemetery Restoration Committee. And Anna, I'm going to ask you to tell us more about how you became involved with your cemetery project. Okay, Chad, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for having me here. I'm a little surprised that a little personal research project has led me here, but I am happy to share the story of George Norris and how I found a cemetery in Washington County that seems to be a bit forgotten and is just now a peaceful patch of woods that I would love to visit. Steve Berg has been helping me. I haven't made it there yet, but I hope in the future to finally make it there. I'll start by about over 10 years ago, around 2012, 2013, while I was doing some title work, I happened upon an emancipation for a man that was just named in the document named Black George. And let me see. I can share this. Can you guys see that?
Not yet.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, about, like I said, around 2012, I don't know how hard it might be hard for you guys to read all this, but I had found this emancipation from four brothers to a man named Black George. It was from the Ellis brothers. It was Jeremiah, James, Hezekiah, and Jesse, and they were giving George his freedom, and they but agreeable to take care of their mother as long as she lives. So I seen this emancipation and I stared at it for quite a while, thinking about what George could have done. And I set out to find his at least his last name, and to see what else I could find out about him. So this emancipation was in June of 1801, and I started searching the internets and reading books and everything. Eventually, I had found on an ancestry site one of the heirs of Hezekiah, one of the brothers in the emancipation. And I messaged her on a whim to see if she knew anything. And she had told me that in a book that his name was known as George Norris, and that he took care of their mother because they were all going to Ohio to take land grants in the Northwest Territory. There's another brother that was already in Ohio at the time, and that eventually Mary Ellis, who George was to take care of, moved to Ohio. George went with her, and that he never married, and that he died alone in Ohio. So for 7, 8 years, I searched all over Ohio, following the Ellis brothers, the Ellis family, reading local history books, county histories, township histories. I looked everywhere for, like I said, 7 to 8 years, and I never got one mention of George. And then one day, sitting on the couch, for some reason, it popped in my head, which seems kind of simple now, but I thought to myself, what if George never went to Ohio? So I decided to start searching in the local area. I thought about starting in some old history books, but I decided to run his name through the grantee indexes in Washington County. And after 8 years of searching, in about 10 minutes, I found this deed right here, which is George Norris purchasing his wife's freedom from a neighboring farm. Her name was Nancy. And this would have been 2 months after his emancipation. He bought his wife's freedom for 50 pounds in August of 1801. And both George and Nancy, I was able to find the slave registry of Washington County from 1782. Down here we see James Ellis, who was the father of the 4 brothers, had registered one boy named George, age 13 years. So this was in 1782. This would possibly make George born around 1769. The Ellis family was originally from Frederick, Maryland, and moved to Washington County, Pennsylvania. So possibly George was born in Maryland, possibly Virginia. I really can't say. 5 entries above George, his future wife was also registered in 1782 by a man named Nicholas Johnson, and she was 3 years old. She was sold in 1797, around the age of 15, to a man named Abraham Fry Jr. And we can see here that this deed is from Abraham Fry Jr. to George Norris. The next deed that I could find for George was him purchasing 21 acres of land from a man named Parker Scott in 1814. And that is the last mention of George in the Washington County books. So then I started to look and run Nancy through the books, and I found where Nancy sells the 21 acres to another George Norris. So George did not go to Ohio and never marry and die alone. He got married to Nancy, and they had a son named George. So in 1840, George Jr. buys the property, and he lives there for many years. He marries a lady named Martha, and they have 4 children. Years later, in 1888, George Norris Jr.'s children would sell the property and reserve the family burying ground. This was in 1888. Now, in every deed passed from 1888 up until the last deed of the property, which is just a fraction of the old 21-acre farm, reserves the family burying ground. It's sometimes it just says the family burying ground. Sometimes it's the Norris family burying ground. And somehow in the 60s or so, when parcel numbers were given to tracts of land, the Norris family cemetery was given a parcel number, which has saved it and basically protected it for the last 100+ years. Somehow there's 2 people on the tax card for where the Norris family cemetery is have never owned that cemetery. The one guy's parents owned the neighboring property at one time, but sold it in the 70s. So I'm unable to determine why these people's name is on the tax card. And as me and Steve have found out, both of these people are probably deceased by now. But just to show this, if you guys can see this tiny little highlighted spot is the Norris family cemetery. The Historical Society has been trying to find it. They have quite a wrong story of this cemetery. They have the wrong location, and they think it's up on a hill, and they think that this was a cemetery bought by a white man named Jacob Norris, who bought a couple acres of land to bury slaves. Well, that is not true. The cemetery is not on the hill, and Jacob Norris is not a white man. Jacob Norris is a black man who is also buried in the Norris family cemetery. He is a veteran of the Civil War. He was in the 32nd Regiment of Company G, and there he is. His grave is registered in the Citizens Library, and it shows his location inside of the Norris Cemetery. Unfortunately, the map that it shows how to get there shows a different name for this Fox Stop Road. It calls it Pinshot Road. And on the map of all the Civil War and Revolutionary veterans in Washington County, there is one cemetery missing from the map, and it is the Norris family cemetery. So after finding George and all that, I found the cemetery. I started to look online. I couldn't find any information about it. There was no location known. I looked everywhere. So I knew I had to alert somebody, hopefully so the descendants could know where this was. I reached out, I sent emails. If there's probably people possibly on this meeting that got strange messages for me. If you had any information about George Norris, census records, find a grave for Jacob Norris, I reached out to everybody. I reached out to museums, colleges, and I got no responses from anybody. I eventually reached out to Preservation Pennsylvania, who responded to me after this is probably 2 years of me messaging people. I got a response from them. She brought in Steve, Crystal, and Barbara, and I finally got to tell the story of how I found this forgotten little piece of this nice peaceful woods here, the North Cemetery. And then Steve has been working with me trying to get access to the property. Unfortunately, at this time, the guy that lives in the house off to the west here has stated that there's no such cemetery and that we are not welcome. Unfortunately for him, he does not own this property. One of his boundary descriptions are actually along the cemetery. So he says it's not one there, but it seems that he does know it's there, but he says there's no tombstones, so it's not a cemetery, which we all know just because there's no visible tombstones doesn't mean it's not a cemetery. I would assume that Jacob Norris, when they registered and marked it, that he at least got a stone then. It may have fallen over and been buried. You know, we don't want to go in and dig nothing up or disturb it too much. I would just like to go and visit it. So we're still working on getting there, because after finding George, I would really like to go visit the site. But I have been patient, and the reason I didn't just go straight there before, because I was afraid of, since the location of these houses on either side, I didn't want to go down a private drive and just jeopardize anything of getting this little cemetery to be marked again as the Norris family cemetery. So I've been working on genealogy of the grandchildren of George. I haven't had much luck. So if you're a genealogist and you would like to help see if we can find some descendants from George, I would definitely appreciate the help. I haven't had much luck, but someone out there, I've been doing it a long time, but someone out there might know more and be a little better than I am. So that's pretty much the story of how I found this Norris family cemetery. I hope one day to get it marked. I hope one day to visit it. It's taken probably going on 14 years that I've been researching George and trying to get someone to listen that there is a forgotten cemetery in this little patch of woods here. I haven't had much luck locally. Like I said, Steve has been a tremendous help, and listen to my story. I sent him all my research. And hopefully one day I can get to this spot and I can find some descendants to let them know where they came from in the story of George and Nancy, and how they bought a 21-acre farm, and their burying ground has been protected here for a long time. The last burial I could find through papers and stuff is 1917. It was an infant child named Gilbert Simpson, and that is the last mention I can find of any newspapers of the Norris Cemetery. But that's pretty much the story. I'm open if anyone has any questions or anything on the research or how I found that. I tried to keep it as short as possible. I have maps and everything to go along with this. This is the same location where the Ellis family farms were, where George was enslaved. I don't know if he went to Ohio with the mother and came back to the same spot where he lived, or that he never left. The emancipation was in June of 1801, and 2 months later, he purchases his wife's freedom in 1801. So I don't know if George and Nancy would go to Ohio with the Ellis family and come back, or they were here the whole time, and in 1814 they buy the 21-acre farm.
Chad, thank you very much. Anna Smith. You're on mute.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I apologize. It's been a little bit since I've used Zoom. We've been using a different method. My name is Anna Smith. How I got involved with the committee in Lewistown was a pastor, a retired pastor of the church, the Bethel AME church that's diagonally across from the cemetery. He's known that I've been curious about the cemetery for a long time. I'd go and just kind of research the histories of what I could find about the different people buried there. And they, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, a committee formed with people from the community, from the Chambers of Commerce, Visitors Bureau, the Historical Society, and other people from the community that were interested. And I asked if I could be a part of it. So I have been doing my own family genealogy for, I don't know, about half of my life, about 20 something years, and was very happy to be a part of this. So I really would love to give you an update. There's been quite a lot that we have done as a committee to try to help the cemetery become a place of remembrance for those that are buried there. I'm going to try really hard to share my screen. I apologize. Thank you for your patience. You are able to see what I have up there, correct? I
Not
hope.
yet.
No, not yet. Oh no. Okay.
It looked like her screen froze. Jeanie?
I was just going to say I thought maybe it was my computer, but yeah, looks like
Oh,
She went out and
she
came back in.
Okay.
Just give her a
yeah,
moment.
there she is.
I'm
Anna,
so
you're
sorry.
on mute. There you go.
Okay. I had a slideshow because I wanted to show you some pictures. And like I said, I apologize. I'm not well versed as a school counselor. I'm better with talking with students than doing these things with technology. So I'm going to just try to talk, and hopefully if I can get it up or if I can put it in the chat, I will.
If you want to quickly email it to me, maybe I can share it for you while you talk.
Okay, let's hope I don't make us go away again. Okay, if you have patience with me, I will try to do that quickly.
Take your time. You know what, Anna, why don't you work on that? And McCue, are you still with us?
I'm still here.
Okay. So Anna, why don't you take care of that? And I'm going to talk to Mr. McCue for a moment. All right.
Okay, who exactly do I send the email to?
I
to
just
Jeanie.
I just put an email address in the chat. So.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, so Mr. McCue, you had a couple of questions. You caused a couple of questions in my head here. First of all, you talked about Nancy, Mary, and George, or he purchased Nancy, correct?
Yes, he well, it says in the deed that that Abraham Fry is selling Nancy to George, but it says in the deed that she being the wife of said Norris. So they were already husband and wife.
Well, yeah, and that's very, very normal because you can jump the broom at any time, but you never got to live together or you had to conjugal visits, every so often, which is very, very normal in the history of people of color. What year was that? Was it 1801?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of odd because you're talking about people that were purchasing people in 1801 in Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so here you have a situation where the emancipation, not, it was way before the Emancipation Proclamation, but you also had that time where in the late 1700s that the situation was Pennsylvania was a free state. And then you had that time period for those people who didn't get grandfathered in, like Nancy and George. They had to wait until they were 28, or depending on her color tone, until they were 35. And so, unfortunately, this is a piece of history, and I'm so glad you found it, because I hear people all the time saying, we didn't know Pennsylvania was a slave state, or we always thought that you were free, in the 1700s. They didn't look at all the little nuances that goes along with that to say that you weren't. So that was one of my things. I just wanted to make sure I had confirmed that date with you. And also because I know that you're into surveying, both of the properties that were on either side of the cemetery, they were surveyed recently or not?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any recent surveys, but I have plotted the properties of the deeds around it, and none of their deeds include the Norris Cemetery. That cemetery was reserved by George Jr.'s children in 1888, and that little piece of land there would be owned by their descendants.
And there's no other way to get into that property?
Just that little private drive that goes down there,
So is that
just on the north.
was that drive something that the people who own the houses on either side, is that something that they assumed was their property?
Yes, the guy on the western portion is kind of Steve Berg had talked to him, and he kind of assumes that the Norris Cemetery property is his property, but unfortunately for him, that is not true.
Well, I understand that because I've been dealing with the same thing at Midland Cemetery. The people across the street trying to sell their property for $290,000 and trying to say that piece of Midland is theirs. And I'm like, oh, heck to the no. So I'm going to be.
Yeah, and you can't claim in Pennsylvania. You can claim adverse possession if you take care of a property or an abandoned property for so long. One that no care has been taken of that, and you cannot claim adverse possession on a known cemetery. And
On
I
a
can
known
prove it
cemetery.
100%. So
That's right. That's right. And so we had the GIS just updated like 3-4 weeks ago. And, because they were looking at the GIS system, which was not updated or it didn't have the correct information. I see that a lot. So people are depending on the GIS to be correct, and it's not. So we have a lot of issues. But anyway, I'm going to hold the rest of my questions until after Anna is done. Thank you, Anna. And do we have what we need for you?
I hope so. Let me see. I'm sorry. Now can you see it?
We're working on it right now.
Okay. Well, then let me just go ahead and talk. I apologize.
That is quite all right.
Quite a lot to share. So when we started, we did not know who deeded the land to the population. I like to think that I was kind of like the mosquito in the group. I just kept on like asking questions and kind of said, well, what about this? It to me was important to have the correct information. The information that they had, in my opinion, didn't seem correct. And so we were able to find the actual deed from 1830. The cemetery was deeded. I'll just go ahead and talk and hopefully it can come up. That was deeded by a couple, Isaac and Elizabeth Wiley. they deeded the land to be used as a burial ground for the African American population and for a school for like eternity. They did not want anyone to be able to claim that land. So once finding that, for myself and the committee, it was like, this is great. We know who deeded the land, but we didn't quite know the measurements of where the cemetery was. And so the next thing, or one of the things that we did, was to have someone survey the land. And we did discover that part of the land that people often put pop-up stores and things on was actually part of the cemetery, which was, I was advocating for that. So we found the family that deeded the land to 4 African-American trustees. Over time, the trustees changed as people died or moved away. And then it got to our time where in the 80s, it was a very unkept cemetery. So this committee really was trying to help to get it known in the community. There was no sign of any kind, so they wanted to create a sign, and the local VOTEC students created a sign with repurposed metal. And we wanted to have the name, instead of it being known as the Colored Cemetery, which it was in documentation, we wanted it to be given the name that the committee in the 80s, when they cleaned it up originally, had. And that name was the African Memorial Cemetery. So unfortunately, you don't have the picture. I could try again, but let me just get some.
If you open your email and give us approval, we can get the.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll do that.
Thank you.
All right. And okay, I did do that.
Okay, give her 1 moment so she can access it.
It's still saying that I have not got access. You got an email from an email with my name on it?
I did. Okay. Yeah, let me see, because I know last time when I talked, so like 4 or 5 years ago, I was able to just share my screen. So I'm not sure why I can't.
Do you want to try it just one more time and we'll see
Yeah.
what happens? Okay.
Entire screen, right? And share. New tab. Are you seeing, do you see me or do you see what I'm doing on the screen?
Just you.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, that's so sad. Oh, it's so frustrating. Okay. I apologize. Last time when I did talk with the group, I was much more.
Well, that is okay. If you go ahead and continue with your presentation, send it to us later, and then everyone can go to our website, check out our YouTube channel.
If I put her as the editor, maybe then she's able to. Now, can you try it?
Sure, I'll give it.
I will continue. So what I was saying is we discovered who deeded the land. We discovered names of trustees. The committee wanted to make the area look a little bit more, like take away some trees that were dead. They created a path. And then the historical committee, which I'm a part of, we wanted to make sure that we created signage. So the last time I came to this committee, it was just the cemetery with a fence, and you could at least see it. Now, if you go down that road by the African American Memorial Cemetery, you will see a sign that prominently says, "This is it." That it has signage with the history that our committee, thank you, that are now, am I able to like continue? I don't know how to like move it to the next thing.
Just let me know.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. If I would have realized, I would have gave it to you in advance. So as I was saying, there's the sign, we have the signage, and we were very fortunate to have Dr. Berg and his students help us establish some of the histories of some of the Civil War soldiers that are buried in the cemetery, along with the research that my committee, the historical committee, gathered to put on the actual signage. Could you go to the next page? So as I mentioned, we didn't know who deeded the land. I will tell you that the son of Isaac and Elizabeth Wiley became a bishop, and he actually has a African American college named after him. Also, the trustees, there are some trustees that I've researched that are buried in the cemetery. And even one of my friends who's not even from Lewistown, she is from Harrisburg or Middletown. Her family was from Bloomsburg, from Port Royal. Well, one of her ancestors was a trustee. Would you turn it to the next page? I just want you to see the signage, some of the names that we knew that were there. Many of the headstones have been broken, or as the presenter prior mentioned, some just didn't have headstones, or they might have gotten washed away. There were floods that occurred, and this cemetery is along the river. Could you go to the next slide? So this is just another signage so that we want people to come to the cemetery and know, like, we want you to know that this exists and it's been here for a long time. And the people buried here and their families and the residents of Lewistown from that time period were prominently contributing to the community. That was in what they called the Black area at the time. And I think many people in this day and age had no idea that there were property owners who were African American, who were prominent in the community. Could you go to the next page? We were fortunate to have a very outstanding person from Atlas Preservation come to teach us how to clean the headstones and also to restore. This is him and his group taking care of a headstone that myself and two other ladies were determined. I said, let's lift that up. People told us not to. We dug around it, we lifted it up, and as a result, they ended up restoring it and placing it. Could you go to the next page? Because they did, this headstone now is up. It was one of the older headstones. And as a result, I continue to do my researching on the different people that are buried there and have discovered, it seems that her husband actually went to Haiti. There's a whole movement of people going to Haiti from Lewistown, just like other places in Pennsylvania. Could you go to the next page? On the signage, you probably noticed there was a picture of a man, Samuel D. Molson. He was a prominent African American in the community, providing land for the church, the Bethel AME Church. A landowner, I think he was even a lay minister. I have been so fortunate to be in touch with one of his ancestors. She has been in touch with me throughout this entire time. She does genealogy. And she knew that we were going to do this dedication. Unfortunately, in the last couple of months, I have not had a chance to talk to her. I'm thinking she might be ill, but my continual research of the individuals in the cemetery is really just like in dedication to her and all of that, things that she's taught me. Could you go to the next page? I just wanted to say the couple that gave the land, that donated or deeded the land, their son became a bishop. And if you've watched the Great Debaters movie that Denzel Washington was in, he was instrumental in helping to found the African American college called Wiley College in Texas. And that's where the debaters from the Wiley College and the movie The Great Debaters was inspired by them. I like to think that along with his parents, they understood the value and the contributions that African Americans gave to the community of Lewistown. And so that's why I feel that, his early days helped him to understand how important it is to fight and advocate for African Americans. Could you go to the next page? I just wanted to show you, this headstone was broken in pieces. We had no idea, what it said, but when Jonathan came, he helped us piece it together. And for me, this is one of the most profound headstones. On the very bottom, could you go to the next page? On the very bottom, it says, "Remember me." And I really do feel that our committee helped to take the cemetery as it was and really just help the community and everybody understand, like, okay, we want to make sure everybody sees it, but we want to make sure people remember each and every single individual that's buried there, that contributed to the community, and went beyond, right? Because there's a lot of connections to these local areas, people buried in Stilton, people buried in, I don't know, Bloomsburg, Lock Haven, where I am right now. Someone from the Molson family is buried here, and she was instrumental in the Underground Railroad. There is just such vast history. So I apologize that I didn't have everything together, but this is pretty much one I wanted to share that we've done. I feel like our committee is pretty much done, but I'm not done. So my research continues. And I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
Anna, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I do have a question. You mentioned in the deed from 1830 that it was, the purpose was to build a school and a cemetery. What type of school was that, and when was it built? And because I know it was destroyed later on. Could you tell me when those years were?
So I don't actually, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly when they established that school, but the school was established around the same time that the cemetery was to be an actual cemetery. So I would say sometime after the 1830s, definitely in the time that the cemetery was, being used, there was a school. There was a school there all the way up until it did get destroyed. And the school was for the African-American children that were there.
Oh, okay, good, because you just answered my question. I was going to ask you what type of school was it? So it was for the Black community.
It was, because that whole area in streets prior, though, I think it's called the West Ward, was the African-American section. It goes all the way down to where there's a courthouse now built there. People have no idea that all that area was, owned by African-American people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now we have a question in the chat.
Can someone read it? I'm sorry. I feel
No.
I'm a very good school counselor, but terrible with technology.
Bertha, can you read it?
Okay. Is this the one about the Masonic Square?
Yes.
Anna, this is from Donald Corinthian Jones. Anna, I saw a Masonic Square and compass insignia on the signage. Was there a Masonic lodge that assisted or supported you? I'm a member of the Twins Hall Grand Lodge Historical Committee, and any info would be helpful to us.
So I do believe that means that they did contribute, but I will tell you, and I don't have his picture, but not too far from Keziah Roach's headstone lies, I think it's David Criswell, and on his headstone, he was a Mason. So we were trying to figure out, more information. And yes, he was a member of a Masonic Lodge. So was, I believe, Samuel Molson or Samuel Molson's children. Definitely, there was a lodge there. I don't know if you could help us figure out more about that, but on his headstone, it has the compass and the symbol.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, what other famous people do you have in the cemetery?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What other famous people do you have in your cemetery?
Oh, well, I like to think they're all famous, right?
Well, sure.
I'm not really sure. We have David Criswell, who seemed to be very prominent. He had landowner, the Molson family. I thought that there was someone related to Daniel Hale Williams's, the surgeon, but I'm not really sure. There's a very old headstone of a Thomas Williams, I think it is. And when I was researching, I thought, because there seems to be a connection with that town, Hollidaysburg. So I don't know. But literally my researching doesn't stop. I'm going to continue until I can find more descendants or more information.
Well, there's a bunch of Wallies down here in the Harrisburg, Stilton, Sweater Township area. And I have to wonder if they're connected, because we're not that far from Lewistown. And with the migration of people and trying to find jobs, industrial, our area here in Harrisburg, Stilton was very big with the Bethlehem Steel, which is now totally defunct after 150 years. That they came here, for to make money, to have a community, to, you know, get involved with churches and stuff like that. And so I was just wondering, you know, could these people, and I'm going to have to talk to them when I see them at church on Sunday, you know, if they have that connection to Lewistown. And if so, I'm going to connect them to you. So hopefully
Yeah,
they'll have some pictures.
I was going to say, I do believe there's someone who's connected to someone buried in the cemetery at your cemetery. And I know in Harrisburg City and in Lock Haven. And so, you know, we're all kind of interconnected, right?
Oh, definitely that. You know, when people say, I don't have any relatives, you know, I'm like, yes, you do. Just shake that tree and every
Right.
single person will fall out of it. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
The other
Yes,
last thing I just want to say is obviously Lewistown is a predominantly white community, but what I find very fascinating is that there are probably people that are Caucasian, they're white, and they have a Black ancestor. Or there could be Black people with a white ancestor from Lewistown, which was the case for my African-American friend who wasn't even from Lewistown. And not only is she connected to the cemetery because her ancestor was a trustee, also her family lived there. So it's very fascinating. There's a story of the runaway slave there that wrote a book. I think I don't know if that's exactly true, but Lewistown likes to claim that story. So yes, it's just, I think it's on the signage. So anyways, it's been wonderful to be a part of this. When I used to literally go and just look at the headstones years prior. So thank you for letting me have this time, and thank you for your patience as I presented today.
You're very welcome, Anna. And there's a comment from Harriet Gaston. She says, hello, Anna. You may have been informed that William Molson moved from Lewistown to Altoona. He fought in the Civil War as a USCT and is buried in Eastern Light Cemetery. Molson was a Mason.
Or she said she meant Civil War. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn this back over to Crystal.
Well, thank you.
Okay, and yeah, well, I'm sorry, Crystal, again, we're not going to stop it here. We're going to have more conversation because I wanted to bring back in Mr. McCue because of the fact that, you know, I said we're going to have questions for him. So we have a number of people online here. So Crystal, can you see if you can energize them to ask some questions, please? You're on mute, Crystal.
So sorry about that. I was study talking. First
That's
of
all
all,
right. We were trying to read tips.
I'd like to thank Chad and Anna for these interesting presentations. Sometimes we don't hear about that. All of us in our cemeteries have experienced something like that. We are asking you guys to just kind of participate a little bit more. We know this is a Saturday, but these stories matter. At Bucktoe Cemetery in Kennett Square, I always say it's what you did in the dash that matters. You were born, what did you do in life? And then we have your ending. That's where we are in our cemeteries. So Chad, as all your hard work, and you mentioned all those years, George is probably smiling down and saying, thank you for telling my story. I do matter. And just like Anna, when she was saying with her cemetery, it was very important for them to do these signs so people know that this is the history that is there. It is not forgotten. To remember me. I just talked to someone who's on here, Stephen Lyons, who does songs, and you know, he said this is just a beautiful presentation. He's one of our we can say alums. So we have a lot of them on here. We have Donald, we have all these people. So please take yourself off of well, not take yourself off of mute, but if you would put in the chat some of your questions. I'm looking here. I see.
Well, I have a question for Anna. Anna had mentioned about persons of color and people of no color, I guess, that you know, lived in the area. And that seemed to be the norms, you know, in most of our families. We have, even in my own family, we had what my father would tell us about relatives who could pass for white, and they did because they didn't want to get lynched. And it's one of those bittersweet things where you say, oh, you know, why did they do that? But at the same time, it's either that or die, you know? And so they did that. We have those relatives who they don't want to recognize each other, and they say, "Well, I'm a mulatto or whatever," and I don't know, and they go on with their lives, and they go into hiding in another part of the state. But the bottom line is that people have moved around for centuries, and we have a tendency to set up, and we should set up a community and try to thrive in that community. And that's how we have to take a look back in our history books, our lands, records, and such like that, to see where these communities once existed. And then if you find that community, more than likely you're going to find that graveyard or that cemetery. And that's what seems to be with Mr. McCue. Mr. McCue, do you happen to know what Black community was close by that would have had the support of the Norris Cemetery? And I gotta kind of have that backwards. Other than just the families that you referred to, are there any other families that had established like stores, churches, community centers, schools that are associated at all with the Norris Cemetery?
Not that I know of now, but I continue to do research in the area. George has led me to a lot. I found that that area is called Maple Creek. It seemed to be a lot of African American folks that lived around there. I can tell you that that's in Fallowfield Township, now Allen Township. At the time, it was Fallowfield Township, Washington County. But it borders on the Monongahela River. And on the other side of the Monongahela River is Westmoreland County. And I had come to find out that that was the largest slave owning area between like Westmoreland and Washington County. They tended, it seemed that that part of Westmoreland County and Washington County tried not to live by the laws of Pennsylvania when it come to slavery, that they abided more to Virginia's laws on slavery. And there was across the river in the other county, there was a large slave community. And reading through old history books, I am on the trail of other cemeteries that I'm hoping that I can find. Hopefully hasn't been destroyed, but I haven't found anything like schools or anything. I do know that I have been trying to find that George Jr., his son Thomas M. Norris, who would be the grandson of George Norris, was a barber. And I have tried to find anything that I could on Thomas, if he had a barber shop, if he was a barber in another barber shop. And unfortunately, I could not find, I haven't been able to find much on the grandchildren. And that would be Thomas Norris, Margaret Norris, Anna Norris, and Melvina. But Anna Norris, I had seen, just in case someone's out there, I had seen some things where on some census reports where her name changes and people thought that there was a missing child or something happened. And Nancy Norris and Anna Norris are one and the same person. I don't know if that'll help anyone here, but I found that in my research that people had thought that there was another child and there wasn't. But unfortunately, searching through Westmoreland County and Washington County, I have not been able to find much yet. But I'm not stopping. I've already been doing it for 14 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, Anna had also mentioned about, the town and community that was in Lewistown. And it's very, very normal that the communities that Blacks once lived in have disappeared. And it's only because, and I shouldn't say only, I find that it has been, again, they're seeking jobs, they're seeking security. Of being as they say, a bird of a feather flocks together. They knew that it's, even in Pennsylvania, like you just mentioned, you have the same mentality of those people that was in Virginia or the Carolinas or wherever. It doesn't mean just because you come across the Mason-Dixon line that all of a sudden I'm a hallelujah white person and I'm going to do the right thing, because that's not the way it was. And those seem to be a little bit, but anyway, that's another day. But the situation is that I found that people had to leave their land, even though they owned land early on in the 1800s and the early 1900s, that they were pushed out of their land. and people took over their land. And the same thing happens to be with your cemetery. You know, people trying to take over, you know, trying to slowly say, I'm taking care of it, so it should belong to me. And that's not the way it is. And unfortunately, we have to reteach and have these people have their mindset reset. But even across the river in Mechanicsburg, there was an old AME church there. There's the Lincoln Cemetery there. Now, the Lincoln Cemetery is still there, but all the way through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, you couldn't even find a Black person over there unless they were just driving down the street, you know, to live. Even though at one time there was a community, a street, or, you know, several blocks of people that were people of color that lived there and worked there. And they somehow, when I started looking at their information, they came into Harrisburg, and they came into Stilton, they came into Sweater Township. And so the name, as I was growing up, that was the White Shore. It was not the West Shore, it was the White Shore, you know. And so you have this even in Lewistown, or, you know, where you're living at and such like that. And if we find the cemeteries, we can hopefully find the communities. Bertha, there's a couple of questions in there for you, or for your people.
Well, Steve Lyons, let me see. Steve Lyons says, all you Susquehanna area folks, has anyone come across or aware of Joseph Richard Winters' history?
I haven't, but there is Mr. Winters that go to my church. I'll ask him tomorrow if he knows of this person.
Okay, thank you. And then Stephen, you can follow up if you like. And then for Anna, from Harriet Gaston, what is your committee doing to preserve and sustain the cemetery?
Kind of
Is
blinked off. I think she had a disconnection problem.
yes.
Yeah, I see she's not here.
Yeah, she mentioned that her phone was acting up. So
Okay. All right. Well, that'll still be in the chat, and the chat can be, I believe, copied and pasted.
right.
Also for Stephen Lyons,
Mm-hmm.
I am part of a Winters family, so we need to get together and talk.
I'm sorry.
Hi, friends. Sorry, real quick, my video isn't working for some reason. That's really interesting, Crystal. Thank you. We're just trying to see if there might be a connection to Joseph Richard Winters out in Chambersburg, who was an abolitionist and an inventor, to see if he might be related to Isaac J. Winters, the church sexton at Shiloh.
It is.
And that Shiloh is down in Delaware County?
Westtown Township, Chester County.
Okay, Chester County.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting then.
Yeah, I'll ask. The person I'm going to talk to is John Winters. And I know his family originated from, oh God, on just before you would get to Delaware, the actual state of Delaware.
Right.
And
there's some Winters in Delaware. They're also in Kennett Square and Avondale, which are related.
So, Crystal, this John Winters that goes to my church and who is a deacon at the church, he's probably related to you. And maybe to this here Joseph.
Right.
Yes,
indeed. A large family.
And the two places that Crystal just mentioned, Avondale and Avondale and Kennett Square, they're both in Chester County, Southeast Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll bring this up to him tomorrow. This is great.
Appreciate you all.
No problem. Okay. Well, folks,
we are nearing our break time.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have any other questions or anything else that you want to share? Unfortunately, I'm getting these text messages, so you're seeing with my phone. Actually, we have somebody Sharon is in the hospital and she didn't want to miss anything, so she's not able to ask questions or interact right now. But anyway, we'll say a prayer for her and everybody else. I also, Anna is having problems with her phone, so she may not be able to get back on anytime soon. So is your open, is, as they say, is open mic time right now. If anybody has any kind of concerns or questions, or if they're having any little problems with their own cemeteries. I also have to recognize that we have Gigi sitting online here with us, and she actually has a cemetery. When she connected with me for a while ago, that she talked about, you know, the USCT that's buried in her cemetery that she's taken care of, but also the 6888. And we had that film up. Jeanie had talked about that earlier. And the 6888 are the women who were taking care of the mail. It came to light when, what's his name? Gigi, pop on for me for a
Yeah,
second here.
Tyler Perry. Yeah,
There
he's
you
the one
go.
who put it together for Netflix.
And he did that movie, and all of a sudden, here we go. More history is being exposed because of some of the movies, just like it was mentioned with, you know, the 54th Massachusetts, how that was missing. Things happen because we don't, not everybody knows about these things. And so we have the movie called Hidden Figures, you know, and talking about the women and their contribution to the space that people are still trying to get to, you know. I said, well, you drop them off up there in Myers and just leave them there, you know. It won't be any of us, I don't think, going up to space. But Gigi, can you talk about your lady from the 6888?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so I've taken on sort of being the land steward for Mount Lawn Cemetery in Darby Township. Can you, okay, here, let me, you guys want to see me? I'm not looking the best. Okay.
Oh, God.
And that's in Delaware County, also Southeast Pennsylvania.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so yeah, it's been brought to my attention that there are about 4 or 5 women buried at Mount Lawn Cemetery in Darby Township. It was part of the 6888. I put together a walking tour where I talk about one of the women, Stella Patillo. But we also have a woman by the name of Ursula Davis who was buried without a headstone. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, that there's an initiative that's being fronted by Samantha Dorn to make sure that military vets and the women of the 6888 who were buried without a headstone get a headstone. So I'm
That would
happy
be
to
in
say
Pennsylvania.
in Pennsylvania, yes.
Yes.
Excuse me? I'm sorry.
No, go
So
ahead.
I'm happy. Okay. So we filled out the paperwork, and I'm happy to say that Ursula Davis, who was buried without a headstone, will be getting one. It's processed, and so we're just waiting for them to deliver it to the cemetery. So that's a great thing. I also found out that the cemetery is 100 years old as of this year, 2025, something that the people who worked at the cemetery did not even know. And I almost feel like I found that out and sort of like spirit came to me. But anyway, so we're going to have a centennial celebration on November 11th, which is Veterans Day. So not only are we going to celebrate 100 years of this historically African American cemetery, but we're going to have walking tours. We're going to talk about the 6888 project. We're going to talk about creating a land stewardship program for high school seniors and young adults, a docent program, and just making sure that this cemetery that through the years has become the site of vandalism, illegal trash dumping, and just the overall disrespect for the space, that we want to change it around. And one of the things I was saying is that sometimes when you see something and you're wishing and hoping that someone will fix it up, that someone has to be you. And you just have to go and try to do it, and then find your tribe, and the people will come. But if anyone's interested in knowing more about Mount Lawn, I just created a website for the cemetery. They didn't have one. And a Facebook friends group, and I'll put all of that in the chat. And if you're interested in the event on November 11th, it starts at 10 a.m., the centennial celebration. I will also send that information to Pennsylvania Hollow Grounds for anyone who wants to know about that. But I will be doing a presentation at the end of this month in Valley Forge talking about the women of the 6888. I will tell you this, if you're not aware of it, they were They received the Congressional Gold Medal. I think that went in around 2023. But as is the ways of of things like that, it takes a while sometimes for people to get the physical medal. So they didn't have that ceremony until April of 2025. And at that time, the remaining members of the 688 received their medal, and it was only 2 women and who were still alive. And unfortunately, one of the women, I think her name was Miss Anna Robertson, she passed away a month after receiving the medal. So that was very sad for me to hear. But then it was brought to my attention that they found and located another woman who was part of the 688. She's in her 90s, but she's still with us. So we still have 2 members that we can account for that was part of this World War II. They were the Central Postal Battalion, and they were making sure that mail went out overseas. And they did a great job, but they came back home to no fanfare and little recognition. So I'm glad that they're getting it now. They're, you know, even though a large percentage of them have passed on. Oh, I think you're on your microphones.
Yeah.
Your microphone.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that. What I'd like for you to do is place your information in our chat so we know how to connect with you and also get support for you. And we can support each other. It doesn't just have to be one place. It could be any place and all places. And also supporting the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds too, because we really try to make sure that we are taking care of our stewards and do whatever else we need to do to get the information out there through things like this. The conferences are Stewards Roundtable hosted by Bertha and Crystal, and also trying to make sure that we can survive. And that's what we need. We need to do that, and we can't do it without the help of everybody pitching in, even if it's $5 or $100 or whatever. Or you just want to put us in your will, you can do that too. You know. So at this point, we're going to move on to, and let me find my paper here. We're going to move on to our break because I want you all to get up and move around and dance with the music and enjoy that for a little bit. And then we're going to come back and we're going to get started on our afternoon session. And I'll kick that off with another welcome. And we'll be talking about, Jennifer Blakes will be introduced by Crystal at that time. Okay. So
grab a snack, listen to music, turn your cameras on, and chat.
And also, and also remind people who are not on here that maybe should be on here that they need to get on here and take a listen to all this wonderful information that's being shared today. Okay, got 15 minutes to do it.
Jeanie.
Okay, folks, we've put together. Crystal and I have put together some musical selections in celebration of our theme, resilience. So.
Bessie Jones was a conduit of Black culture and traditions expressed through songs, plays, and movement games. She gained notoriety through her recordings and documentary films presenting ring shouts and field hollers with the Lomaxes. She also was the lead singer of the Georgia Sea Island Singers. What most don't know is she played a pivotal part in the civil rights movement using Black spirituals. She had a strong stance on where her people should be and could be.
My God is a rock and in the weary land, the weary land, the weary land. My God is a rock in the weary land, shelter and the mighty storm. Where you go, where you long-tongued liar, we don't want you in this band. And we don't want none but the true-born soul that's washed in the blood of the Lamb. For my God is a rock in the weary land, weary land, in the weary land. My God is a rock in the weary land, shelter in the time of storm. Well, stop and let me tell you about the chapter of one, and the Lord was working, and done. Stop and let me get among the poor. Stop and let me tell you about the chapter 5. The Lord is on the road who is dead and alive. Stop and let me tell you about the chapter 6. When he went into Jerusalem and healed the sick, and then I know he's a rock in the very land. In the very land, our God is a rock in the very land. Children in the time of storm. Well, stop and let me tell you about the chapter 7 when he died and he risen and he went to heaven. And stop and let me tell you about the chapter 8. Oh, John singing, standing at the golden gate. Stop and let me tell you about the chapter 9 when the Lord God had turned the water to wine. And stop and let me tell you about the chapter 10 when we John singing, coming in the world again. And I know he's a rock in the very land. In the very land, our God is a rock in the very land. Shelter in the time of storm. Well, he is the lily of the valley. He's the brighter than the morning star. When the good old Daniel and the lion den, Jesus locked the lion door. And then I know he's a rock in the very land. Very land, in the very land. Our God is a rock in the very land. Yeah, shelter in the time of storm.
When would they sing this, Bessie?
Up above my head, I hear music in the air. Up above my head, there is music in the air. Up above my head, music in the air. And I really do believe joy somewhere. All in my room, music everywhere. All in my home, music in the air. Up above my head, that is music in the air. Well, I really do believe joy somewhere. Up above my head, music in the air, music in the air. Up above my head, that is music in the air. Up above my head, that is music in the air. You know, I really do believe joy somewhere. All in my home, music everywhere. All in my home, singing like that. Up above my head, that is music in the air. You know, I really do believe joy somewhere. Oh, yes, oh, yes. Above my head, music in the air. Up above my head, there is music in the air. Oh, good Lord, I really do believe joy somewhere. You know, all in my heart, music everywhere. All in my soul, it makes me whole. Makes me feel so good. It makes me so happy. And I do believe joy somewhere. Well, above my head. Thank God Almighty. Music everywhere, up above my head. And don't you know, music in the air. Up above my head. Music in the air.
Now let's go a little way back in time to the time of the civil rights movement of the 1960s, a time when this country was in turmoil. During those years, young men and women known as the Freedom Singers traveled the North and South working for desegregation and equal rights. Now, in the 1990s, they spend time educating young people about that struggle. One member of the group is a Kentuckian, Charles Neblett, who lives in Russellville. Now let's listen to the Freedom Singers in concert in Louisville.
A lot of these songs come from gospel, they come from rock and roll, they come from rhythm and blues, and in fact, they came from the people at the time. And this song was taken from a song called Lonely Avenue, and the name of this song now is Fighting for My Rights. You know I'm tired of segregation, and now I want my equal rights, well, respect and education, well, not total integration. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. Whoa, I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. You know my cell, it had no window, so the air, it couldn't come through. You know I felt so hot and stuffy that I didn't know what to do. Still I was fighting for my rights. Oh, fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights. That's why I'm fighting for my rights.
What we want people to know is what was really going on down in the nitty-gritty everyday work in the South. You had local leaders who were getting shot, killed, jailed, maimed, and the news media just didn't pick that up. It just didn't seem newsworthy. So we were kind of like a traveling newspaper also. We would go to universities, we would sing there, we'd use the music, because through the music that came out of the movement, people got the spirit of that movement and knew what was going on. We would organize groups for support. We would also have workshops with young people, with students, to sit down and talk about what was going on in the movement in the South and what their role should be as young people. I mean, we would tell them, you need to come on down and get involved, both black and white. If you're not going to get involved in Mississippi, get involved where you are. The whole thing was to get involved.
This
When would they sing this, Bessie?
That's Christmas time. Christmas. New Year.
That's New Year's Eve.
Watch night.
New Year's Eve.
That's watch night song.
Just before the break of dawn for New Year's Eve.
That's right.
What's this?
In 1962, in my hometown, we were engaged in a very intense struggle against racial segregation, and there were mass jailings. At one point, a federal judge issued an injunction with names on it of the people they thought were the leaders of the movement. Reverend Samuel Wells was in Shiloh Baptist Church that night. And he said, I'm not going to let no injunction turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. Wait, I know this is a show, but you have to actually sing this song. You can never tell when you might need it. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no injunction turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let no injunction turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, yeah, keep on talking, yeah, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, yeah, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land.
All right.
Okay, hello everybody. I am, as you see, our musical rendition is over with, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And for those people who are not with us, like Steve Berg, who was one of, as Mr. McCue had talked about him earlier, is not with us today. Renee is not with us also, and Sheila. Keep them all in your prayers because everybody's going through something, whether you know it or not. And we're having a day. So the good thing is that you all are here. We're having a great day. And I just want to welcome you back for this afternoon session. And our our afternoon session has is including Dr. Jennifer Blakes, and Crystal's going to be introducing her in a moment. We're going to also be talking about preparing for disasters and emergencies, followed by the Cemetery Stewards open discussion, which will be moderated by Jeanie. And then at the end, we'll do some feedback, evaluations, and suggestions. And I would love for you to, put any kind of comments that you have into the chat. Also, any kind of questions you may have. And really, there's got to be at least one question out of each and every one of you that you can put into the chat so that we can have open and great dialogue. So at this point, welcome back. I'm glad that you stuck with us, and we're going to have other people that will be joining us as we go through our afternoon. And I'm going to let Crystal Crampton take over from here. Thank you, Crystal.
Well, thank you, Barbara. I have the task of introducing another great presenter. Her name is Dr. Jennifer R. Blanks. She is a tribal coordinator and a cemetery specialist for the Texas Department of Transportation and the founders of the Cemetery Sista, LLC. She is an environmental scientist, planner, and cultural resource management expert, as well as a scholar of environmental justice, and critical geographies. Her work bridges natural resource protection and cultural heritage preservation with a focus on African American burial grounds and memorized landscapes in communities vulnerable to climate change. Dr. Blank's research analysis goes I thought I was going to mess this up, geoethnogram data to assist cemeteries' risk and vulnerabilities, recover the documents, cultural landscapes, and knowledge, and identify sustainable strategies for long-term cemetery management. Her mission is to amplify the stories of the marginalized communities while ensuring the culture's legacies endure for future generations. Through her work, she has fostered both environmental stewardship and historical preservations. She is a proud native of New Orleans, Louisiana. Dr. Blanks enjoys nature, crocheting. Yes, I did say crocheting. Listen, I have a little bit more about that. And time with her family and friends, like we all do. She holds a BS in environmental science and a certificate in environmental management from Northern Arizona University, and an MS in environmental science from Jackson State University, and a PhD in urban and regional science with a certificate in digital humanities from Texas A&M University. Dr. Blanks, and I'm going to say, excuse me, Dr. Jennifer Blanks is the founder of the Sista's Crocheting Creations. Is an exclusive collection of crochet wearables and household items. Yes, I did say crochet, because through her stressful time as a graduate student and life experiences, as we all have had, she created these beautiful wares and household wares. By doing, she found refuge and spiritual enlightenment and a deeper connection to her true self by crocheting in cemeteries. I would like you to listen up and to hear what Dr. Jennifer Blanks has to say. Dr. Blanks?
Thank you for the introduction, Crystal. Sometimes I forget we're responsible for our own bios. I'm like, wow, I do all of those things. Well, I'm excited to be here. I've been a follower of Pennsylvania hallowed grounds since the very beginning of my doctoral studies back in 2017. So it's always been like me watching from outside the window. And when I got the email to speak at the conference this weekend, I was like, oh, I absolutely want to do that. So hopefully my talk today, I'll be talking less about my role at TechStop and amplifying more of my cemetery consultancy. So I'll get started in sharing my screen, which it looks like everything is good to go. I think y'all can see that pretty good.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
Yep,
So
there you go.
okay, great, awesome. So yeah, feel free to drop any questions in the chat. I like to describe myself as an academic that's gone rogue. I don't necessarily have the same mannerisms, I guess, as some of my colleagues that are still in the ivory tower are more lax. So yeah, feel free to just like raise your hand or put any comments in the chat. Yeah, I'm very personable. So yeah, the Cemetery Sista is my consultancy. I'd like to describe it as a historic preservation and environmental planning consultancy / research center. And here's an outline of my presentation. I'll tell you more about myself, my growing team, my founding and mission statements. How did I identify the gaps that this business is anchored on? And then those areas of expertise and services that we currently offer. And some future work that's ongoing, how we intend to grow and expand, and some future outlook. So yeah, the intro was really great at describing or listing out my credentials. Born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, so I think it's pretty obvious that I would grow up with that deep appreciation for the natural landscape and environment. I do believe Louisiana is the most beautiful state in this country. And yeah, some of my research interests kind of narrows down to environmental and cultural resource management, digital humanities, geoethnography, sacred healing, spiritual healing in cemeteries, getting more so into necromancy and death studies itself, specifically Black death studies, Black spiritual rituals and customs that are practiced in cemeteries. And I really became interested in this career again, just growing up in Louisiana. I always knew I wanted to be environmentally based or in some way in my career. But also, I come from a lineage of educators. Most of the women in my family are educators. And then we have 3 generations of men in my family that are licensed embalmers and morticians. And they still very much work in the funeral home today. When a loved one passes, it's very much an in-house service. Um, and so I carry all of that with me. It's more than just a career. I just so happen to be one of those people that can make a living with their passions and hobbies through their career and training and experience. And so a fun fact about me is I have an identical twin sister, and she is the other half of the team. So we actually co-own the cemetery sister kit together. She has 2 environmental science degrees, both from Tuskegee University. And she has a lot of pride in being a Tuskegee Golden Tiger. She's an arborist. She's my geospatial expert. She handles a lot of our communications with the federal government, because she does have a majority Department of Defense background and training, working specifically at NASA and the Geospatial Agency. So yeah, she's an expert in wetland delineation, environmental health, remote sensing, and some of that higher level satellite imagery analysis. So whereas I'm more peopling and hands-on in the workshops and things, she's behind the scenes, supporting some of those more heavy technical roles. And yeah, what a better business partner to have than a twin sister, because we have some of the same brain. So I really started the cemetery sister just as something to do in graduate school. So we're taught to kind of market ourselves and have something creative and niche that's for the public to consume, right? A lot of the science that we work on in academia is behind paywalls. The language is so much jargon and technical, and typically the work that we do is well-meaning, but there's such a disconnect with, again, that language barrier and how is it applicable to the real world. And so I pretty much founded the Cemetery Sister as something to do as a creative outlet with social media, a way to engage in storytelling, and really reach that larger audience and show them, hey, like the science that we're doing is really important in your community. How are we protecting Black cemeteries from natural disasters? How are we addressing intentional, or rather challenging intentional planning decisions that go into the development or destruction of Black cemeteries and other sacred spaces and sites? But from that, I'm learning through, or I was learning at the time, there are multiple career opportunities outside of academia. Again, I'm not bashing academia, but it's just not a good fit for me. And I think for most people who pride themselves on intentional community outreach and really making a difference, we have a hard time translating outside of that space. And I found that the Cemetery Sister social media was connecting me to a larger audience of cemetery stewards, cemetery practitioners who resonate a lot with the information that I was sharing on that platform. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I could just make a cemetery consultancy, right? Like all of the things you would do in academia, whether it's like the dissertation and like that service and the end tools as the product. I'm like, okay, this is a great platform to kind of build upon and see where it can go in terms of a career. And so I would say like some of those main points that came out to me during this career planning phase, thinking long term, is wanting to preserve African American cemeteries and empower our communities to reclaim and sustain their ancestral landscape, especially in this conversation of resiliency. We're calling people back to their homeland, their sacred land, their native lands, but what are they returning to as gentrification is amplifying, as disasters, specifically floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, and also classifying planning failures as disasters? How do we do that if all of our landscapes are erased? Most of the time, cemetery is the remaining landscape feature. But also, I wanted to merged that cultural heritage, environmental justice, and community education that's often overlooked with the preservation of Black burial sites. And then being able to transform that into a larger movement, a collective where, again, we're repairing cemeteries, we're calling on justice in very specific ways, because people who are closest to these cemeteries, who are active in the cemeteries, have knowledge. Those are the people that know what is needed and required for those cemeteries to sustain themselves. And so my mission statement for the Cemetery Sister, it is largely spiritual health, and then also this environmental justice focus. And so wanting to promote spiritual wellness for environmental justice through the preservation and reclamation of historic cemeteries, where we combine tangible, again, it's practitioner applied science perspective, so cultural research, risk assessments, and hands-on stewardship to transform these forgotten burial grounds into sacred spaces that we can be proud of, that we can learn from, and that we can heal within. And again, wanting to amplify this spiritual health aspect, because we do know that African American cemeteries are sacred spaces where we can go and commune and conjure and speak with our ancestors. We can call upon spirits and help them pay their debts through work that we're doing here in the physical realm. So always being mindful of, the veil that is in those cemeteries. And so I'll talk a little bit about my research experience and how did I even identify the gap to, have this cemetery sister. And I started out as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed graduate student working with the Texas Freedom Colonies Project. If you're not familiar, the Texas Freedom Colonies Project was founded by Dr. Andrea Roberts. She works at the University of Virginia now. She started at Texas A&M. And her goal was to identify these freedom colonies or Black towns throughout the state of Texas. And these are communities that were established by formerly enslaved African Americans, and these settlements were established following the emancipation. And so, in short, the Freedom Colonies Project is an educational social justice initiative that's dedicated to preserving Black settlements, landscapes, heritage, and grassroots practice through participatory research. And so the three main pillars it sits on is connecting and collecting through placemaking and story telling, kin keeping, and sharing oral histories. My role on the team was to populate our Atlas database and create these counter map narratives to show the different impacts and threats that impact the freedom colony settlements themselves and the cultural resources like churches, schoolhouses, dance halls, cemeteries. How does all of this information translate into a spatialized platform, and then supporting these settlements with tangible research such as obituaries, archives, and local municipal records, and so on. What was really impactful too is being able to co-create this engaged applied research where descendants of freedom colonies as stakeholders are able to engage with this science in a way, again, we're taking down this barrier of having a difficulty to understand the science, translating it into a way that's applicable for those community members. And oftentimes, the main question we received is why an atlas? Why a digital humanities platform? Unfortunately, Black history, Black sites, it doesn't have much value unless we have scientific metrics to support it, right? It's not fair. But this is also why it's more important, I think, for young scholars like myself to be engaged in this kind of research, because we're able to address barriers that are related to place preservation in the planning process. Being that my background, or my PhD anyway, is in urban planning, I have to research a lot of records, and it does empower me to challenge some of these issues, especially where we're seeking justice for past debts that are owed or harm that has been caused. Also, the atlas is really great for, again, overlaying this living data on top of living places. A common misconception for freedom colonies, and I think we all could argue other Black settlements that are similar to in our own home states, these places are historic, and people assume that because they're historic, they're dead. Like there's no life there. There aren't any events there. But we learned through the Freedom Colonies Project, although a place may not have been incorporated, or it may have been largely abandoned for the most part, or it may appear to be so, these are still places where there are family reunions, there are funerals, fundraisers, birthday parties, fundraisers, all kinds of events. We're able to geotag, aggregate, and secure and centralize all kinds of data forms, whether it be interviews, the survey forms that were on the website, national register landmark sites and places, all kinds of databases. We're able to put it in one place. And then we're shifting away from this architecture property survey that's typical in the field of historic preservation and archaeology, and starting to amplify more of the voices. So this is where the critical geography is coming into place. How do we engage with the landscape? How are we using cemeteries beyond this traditional, we're just going to bury somebody there and leave? And just, yeah, increasing their visibility, wanting to make sure that planners such as Texas Department of Transportation, like we do know that these sites exist. So when we are going to lay down a project, or we're planning a project 5 years, 10 years from now, we're at least aware that this place is here. We can no longer claim ignorance. We did not know. When there's a map, there's a database that shows us we know these places exist. And then it helps to spatialize that intangible information, such as memory, which is often lost as people are dying. A lot of elderly people tend to be more vested in these kinds of projects, but once they pass on, that information is lost. And so we want to overall increase descendants and researchers' access to this data, so we can continue to protect freedom colonies, and again, other sites that are found in other states in a similar fashion. And this is just more about what that looks like in terms of metrics and populating our database. So we included surveys on our website. We would mail surveys. You could email the survey, and it pretty much documents the Freedom Colony name, its county location, the nearest major city, when was your last time in the place or in that location. And yeah, taking all of this information and populating it into the database. So again, using USGS resources, the Texas Historical Commission Cemetery Database, all of these forms of data is populated into the atlas, as you can see here. And this is all of the freedom colonies that have been documented at the time of the project. And so one of the main, other than supporting the GIS platform, this is also where I'm starting to engage with the public in terms of co-hosting workshops and teaching trainings, and how our partners can protect their historical records and archives. And this is done through our Adopt a County initiative, where we identified our quote unquote serial stakeholders. That's just a nicer way of saying, like, we identify people who populate the atlas at a higher frequency versus other people. So sometimes you'll have a one-time user, but for the most part, we would have a handful of users who actively upload information. A lot of historian buffs or people who like to visit historical sites, they'll volunteer their time to work closely with us. And so through that, we created the Adopt a County program, and it was really great for teaching non-technical individuals how to use simplistic GIS information, simplistic historic preservation tools, even if it's just a scanner on your cell phone, how to protect and preserve their records and their actual sites. Another important skill I learned while working on my dissertation is service learning projects. I was what you would say a fun, non-traditional teacher. I do not, as well, even though I perform well on exams, I understand that students have their own needs, and I prefer to meet students where they are. And so I was not one to actually give exams or quizzes in the classroom. We would always have one main project throughout the semester that we would focus on that would require students to go in the field, so to speak. And this is an example from the More Than Monuments class that I co-taught at Texas A&M, where we really engaged in a lot of theory and challenging why do we have certain figures and monuments, especially controversial ones here in the United States. And just to put this into perspective and timeline, this is in 2021. So after Breonna Taylor's murder, after George Floyd murders, and we're seeing a lot of states coming to reckon with how do we idolize certain public figures and individuals in American history. And so we taught the students how to do historic preservation surveys, cultural landscape surveys, how to recover lost place histories, and confront difficult narratives. And this is all through visiting Somerville, Texas. This is where those pictures were taken. And we're working with cemetery stewards. They're telling us about the cemetery, how it's oriented, doing in-depth placemaking in the cemetery in real time, also doing real-time environmental assessments. And then also there's a church that's on the same site as the cemetery, and so they would go in the church and conduct interviews in there as well, document the church itself. So it's really great in getting students exposed in that way. And again, it's the disconnect in education is applied learning. So what we're learning all this information, but what are we doing with it? And so I think the students really did benefit from that, or they at least said so, having such a unique class experience. And then this is where I kind of start to focus in and narrow down. So I've worked with the data, I'm working in the classroom, teaching students, building curriculum, and now working specifically with the project that led me into my dissertation is the African American Cemeteries Registry, or the Texas African American Cemeteries Registry. And this is a tool that I created while working with the Freedom Colonies Project that allows cemetery stewards, visitors, and stakeholders to upload important cultural and environmental information related to the condition of the cemetery. They could upload photos, pictures, videos, any documents to tell us, the Freedom Colonies, about the Freedom Colonies Project, about the cemeteries themselves. But again, I'm learning that there is a large gap is this environmental perspective, and how do we protect cemeteries from the elements of nature, especially because I'm noticing a lot of the cemeteries associated with Freedom Colonies are in rural Texas, and they may or may not have the same amount of foot traffic as a cemetery, like Olivewood Cemetery, for example, which is in Fifth Ward, Houston, or outside of Houston Heights, I'm sorry. So realizing that there's this huge discrepancy and there's this battle against elements of nature. We have hurricanes here in Texas. So really fine-tuning or identifying what is actually happening to cemeteries, Black cemeteries specifically in Texas, and is this something that can be observed in other areas? So as a good scholar, I'm going into the lit review, and I'm seeing, yes, like this is actually an issue that is occurring nationwide, and I would even say internationally. And so really it's this multi-hazards that's impacting burial grounds, right? So of course we have policy and systemic impacts. Funding tends to be unequal between African American cemeteries, white cemeteries, private cemeteries versus public cemeteries. And then if you have a public cemetery, it's very easy to identify the Black section of the cemetery, because most of the time, unfortunately, is not in the best condition. We can also identify the Black section of the cemetery through artifacts or tokens, or symbols that are on headstones that are left on burial plots. Flooding and disasters is a huge issue here in Southeast Texas and Louisiana. So I do split my time between here and Louisiana quite a bit. And yeah, in 2016, there was this series of floods in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where a lot of flooding impacted the cemeteries and caskets were displaced. And then it happened also here in Texas following Hurricane Harvey. Also finding that cemeteries tend to be inaccessible, whether it's because it's on private land, which is illegal in Texas. If a cemetery is on private land, it at least has to be made accessible. And Texas is big on, their rights. So it's very difficult and challenging to have a landowner open their home and space to the families that I work with, to give them access to the cemetery. And even on the professional side, I knew I wouldn't talk much about TxDOT, but I find that TxDOT too, we have to make a lot of phone calls and rub elbows just to have the law upheld in that regards. There's a lack of perpetual care, and it's not because people don't care about the cemeteries. Just money is really difficult to come across and find to do that. Cemeteries do not have a bottomless money pit, as we all know. Most money for cemetery perpetual care comes through donations, fundraisers, or as people buy into the cemetery, they're paying for plots. And then also population displacement can lead to perpetual care. My case studies for my dissertation were in Jefferson, Texas, which is not far from Dallas, Texas. So quite naturally, a lot of the population moves to Dallas just for economic opportunities and development. Unfortunately, that causes the cemetery to kind of fall in ruins. And then also development from urban planners, rural planners, natural resource extraction. All of these issues impact cemeteries. And sure, definitely it's across all cemeteries, but again, specifically Black cemeteries. And I did do a project to kind of tease into that idea. But for now, this is one of the earlier case studies I did where I measured, I did a remote sensing assessment on Tamina Freedom Colony Sweetgrass Cemetery. It was established in 1870, has about 260 graves, and it is documented as a historic Texas Freedom Colony settlement and cemetery. And this cemetery is vulnerable for multiple reasons. It experiences nuisance flooding. It's actually been it's been flooded with water, inundated with water rather, since Hurricane Harvey in 2017. The water is still there today. And we were able to acquire a historical marker. So here in Texas, it's a pretty big deal to get a Texas historical marker on your cemetery. And even the marker was awarded last fall. We still cannot install it because the cemetery is flooded. But this study that I did really did highlight in over time, so dating back to 1980s to present day, how much water the cemetery has been taking on over time. And I thought I included that picture in here, but if you're interested in seeing that paper and project, I'm happy to email it. And so really digging into how does race play into this, because again, like being from New Orleans, having my own experiences with a lot of environmental justice, whether it be just trash dumping in my neighborhood or my own experience with Hurricane Katrina, I wanted to really dig into this perspective through cemeteries. And so I did a case study in St. James and Ascension Parish, which is located in Cancer Alley. It's this corridor, but the 65-mile stretch between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. And it's called Cancer Alley because there is a significantly high number of cancer rates and deaths in the area because of their exposure to chemical plants. This is like sweet land for natural oil, natural resource extraction. They mean the politicians and local and state municipal leaders in Louisiana quite literally market to these international oil companies like, oh, this land is like untouched. It's full of resources, but they're largely overlooking the population. And if you're not familiar with Louisiana's geography and history, this is also where all of the plantations were located along the Mississippi River. So I don't know, there's some kind of poetics there, right? We're trading one prison labor system for the next. This chemical plant corridor. A lot of the people that work there are locals in the area, but they're not working in high-paying jobs. They're working in highly poisonous and toxic areas and chemicals, and the cemeteries are largely impacted by their existence. So these cemeteries are in rural areas. They're located at traffic intersections, often without protective barriers. They're literally situated in the middle of chemical plants. So if your loved one is in a cemetery that shares property with Shell Oil Refinery, you will have to call and let Shell Oil Refinery know that you and your family are coming to visit, that y'all are going to do an interment, because these are active burial grounds. And you're also putting your health at risk. So wanting to look into that and really identifying the cemeteries themselves. So leaning into my experience from the Freedom Colonies Project, I know that I can use crowdsourced databases like Find a Grave, Ancestry.com, to identify and other cultural signifiers in these cemeteries, whether it's through the name and symbols on the headstones. I was able to identify these cemeteries through crowdsourced information and differentiate them by their race. So we had that information, and then layered the floodplains or the flood plan, 500-year, 100-year flood plan, their proximities to the industrial sites, and then their frequency of flooding, and found that, of course, no surprise, the African American cemeteries had a greater risk of being impacted by at a minimum of two of the hazards, and two of the hazards just being proximity to a chemical plant and its proximity or in the floodplain. And all of the African American cemeteries have at least two of those. And then we had some cases where there are cemeteries that are surrounded by or in proximity to at least 2 or 3 chemical plants. So again, it's like this multi-compound hazard issue. And so, yeah, I'm really proud of this finding. It really did set the stage in helping me make this argument. Like, there may be something here in terms of how environmental planning is impacting cultural resources, specifically Black cemeteries. And then through my dissertation, I created a cultural resource placemaking survey tool. Have not thought of a cool name yet for it. I'm sure one day I'll get around to that. But the idea was to simultaneously collect environmental conditions impacting the cemetery, educate cemetery stewards on how they can improve critical management issues. So one, identifying those critical management issues and then teaching them skills that are minimum to no technology or free so they can build their own reserve of resources and skills. And so it was pretty much a short answer survey where we are conducting walkthroughs in the cemetery. I'm very personable. I try to make people feel more personable. So it's not as flashy. I just use my cell phone to do the work, or a GoPro and a clipboard, and they're answering questions that I prepped to pretty much guide the tour. We're talking about essential features or locations in the cemetery, recent experiences and memories, events and traditions, etc. And really collecting all of that spatial information to capture their perception of the cemetery, what issues they think are impacting the cemetery, because as a planner and having limited information about some of these places that I don't live in, I'll have one idea, right? But they're actually the experts. They live there, they know these places, they know who's buried there. So taking all of that, their perception, and learning how they're viewing it to best inform what tools they need to address those issues. And then from a applied planner's perspective, also creating a tool that we can use to quantify what we're seeing in the cemetery, but also again teaching the stewards this scientific skill, teaching them the language in a way that they're able to comprehend. And so this is just a screenshot sample, but this is a live like it's an Excel sheet, but it lives in real time. So as you populate it, these risk rankings will change. So we go through and describe the risk, like what is the risk? So for example, it's a veteran headstone. What is causing it? Well, it looks like there was some sinking in the headstone and like a soft spot in the ground. So again, using language that will be familiar to the steward. I can always go back as a planner and change it to the jargon and language that I needed to, but for sake of increasing knowledge and confidence really in being able to steward their own cemeteries, keeping the language simplistic, right? And then what are the consequences if we leave this unaddressed? So it'll become a trip hazard. It could possibly expose human remains or a coffin. And then describing the physical feature type, is it, so for this example, it's a plot or headstone. And then our priority value, this is where it really shines bright as a code planning tool, because the stewards now tell you where does this fall in their line of addressing issues in the cemetery. Is it a high risk? Is it a low risk? What are those inherent risks without the controls? So if it's remained untreated, and is this something that's intangible or tangible? And then what are the mitigations to that? How do they restore it? And so, yeah, this is another tool that I'm further adapting. This is very much like a pilot of it, but there is conversations, at least within TechDot, to make this something more developed. And so it'll be interesting to see how I can remix this again for a more applied science way for someone who doesn't have as much technical skills. And then again, I love public speaking. I love talking to people. I love public education and youth engagement specifically. And so I host a series of climate change tours and trainer workshops where I'm engaging the public about environmental planning for cultural heritage sites. So we'll do asset mapping training, teaching the participants how to identify hazards in their community, how they can get in contact with their local municipality to address those issues. But for the sake of the map, teaching them how they can map it and track those changes over time. And then also engaging in storytelling. So we're going to like African American cemeteries, meeting with the cemetery steward there so they can tell us what are the issues in the cemetery, what are some significant burials here, because I don't know, American history is not just white, it's largely Black, and we're doing ourselves a disservice as scholars, as really a country, if we continue to overlook and erase and censor that history. And I find with this work, it is very social justice-y, and I'm okay with that. I feel like as a young person, we're obligated to put ourselves on the line to challenge some of these narratives. So, and then this is just an example of what that worksheet looks like. So we'll do the training in the workshop setting, and then when we're out visiting the sites, they're creating a map in real time. And these are some of the questions that kind of facilitates that. They're not by any means obligated to follow these questions, but it's, again, something to kind of guide them through. So for example, are there any signs of vegetation overgrowth or encroachment that might damage the cemetery? Are there any natural resources that are important for this community's climate resiliency? What areas are particularly vulnerable to environmental hazards like flooding and pollution? And what's really great about the tour is, although we visit cemeteries, yes, we're visiting historic African American cemeteries in their historic African American neighborhoods that are socially vulnerable. And so we're able to pretty much capture the profile of the community itself. So I think what really does make this consultancy stand out is, we're definitely centering the cemeteries, but there's relevancy outside of that, which ties into why are these places important. We always have to overperform, so to speak, how we validate Black sites and places. And this is one way that I like to do that. And so some of the key takeaways for me is, are like through the practice is, for sure, the benefit of having this geoethnographic method, and that's just marrying geospatial information with ethnographic information. So interviews, storytelling, archival research. We're able to describe the events and learn about those experiences, family lineage, and orientation of the cemetery, burial patterns, sites of significance, and areas of concerns. And I found it's an excellent tool for youth engagement, especially with the social media and technological skills. A lot of kids love, coding. They love to play video games, software design and development. And I grew up in the area of like the timeline of customized MySpace profile pages. So I would say like that's kind of a gateway for me too. And I find a lot of the youth love to like engage with me through those specific things. And I think it does show them you can have an alternative career path outside of the traditional computer science, right? Where you're just at Google or Apple or Meta, and you can actually work at like a Texas Department of Transportation or a state agency or environmental consultancy and do the same thing. And it's more personable to you. And so you have more investment, personal gain through that. And then also I learned that cell phones, GoPros are excellent tools in terms of teaching older populations how they can confidently preserve their cemeteries. You're able to recall spatial orientation in real time rather than, from memory. Although memory is great, we sometimes tend to forget, at least me, I tend to forget where my own loved ones are buried half the time. And I'll look at the map and I'm like, okay, I can see this person's plot number next to this person, so it must be in Mausoleum 1. Okay, great. So even I have a hard time recalling that. So I find like the cell phones and these participatory GIS methods are really great for that. And so segueing into my areas of expertise and what we do specifically, more or less what I did during my dissertation, right? So doing a cemetery risk assessment through field observation, geospatial analysis, looking at climate data and recording oral histories, wanting to identify those issues like flooding, erosion, pollution, and how can we create, each cemetery is unique. So each cemetery will have its own specific profile. What tools and maps can we create and develop to help inform their environmental planning from that perspective? Is there any federal funding or projects that can address some of these issues that have been identified in the risk assessment? And I would have argued, yes, there are several projects, like several pots of money to do that, but being as the federal government is in crisis at the moment, a lot of that funding has been halted. And as you all know, as historians and preservation, like some of those bigger grants at the top of the year were paused. So another big thing is the cemetery education and outreach, co-creating the workshops and tours and programs specific to the site with those stakeholders to teach community members and students about sustainable preservation practices, again, through these seminars, youth engagement, virtual learning platforms. And really, again, just like raising awareness to some of these issues. Half the time people are unaware that this is happening, or the other half of that is, we have been working on addressing some of these issues. We don't know how to go beyond step 1 and 2. So I find that I also have a really unique spot in showing people where to go from here, what to do. And again, it does help having that urban planning background, because if the local planners say they couldn't find it on the map, and I'm map savvy and my twin sister is map savvy, 9 times out of 10 we can find it. We have time to look and investigate. And so I don't know, it's always fun to be the person to disrupt the county's narrative with some tangible information. Another important service that I offer, and I don't know if it's like this in other places, maybe so, but Texas is a huge state. They estimate we have at least 160 cemeteries in each county, and we have 264 counties. So we have a cemetery plaque keeper service where we will go out and provide routine maintenance and personalized upkeep for individual burial plots. So this will include cleaning and some minor repairs. And we do give families like regular updates, and they can decide how often they want that perpetual care to be provided. And one of the biggest features with that is the Digi Legacy system that we utilize. And that is pretty much, this is pretty much a tool where we work with this guy. He owns the business, and he puts GPS mapping in the headstones and in these plates, and it looks like a traditional headstone as you see here, and it'll have a QR code on it, or you can have a package where you send the link throughout your family, and you pretty much are creating a profile of this person that's buried there, kind of like a MySpace page, or like a online obituary rather. And you can upload information, pictures, videos, whatever you want of your loved one. So you can go into the cemetery, and if you see it, you can scan it as a visitor and read about this person. But also having that GPS mapping feature, you'll never lose where your loved one is buried. And so this is really great for supporting long-term preservation. It helps ensure accurate record keeping. Depending on how many Digi Legacy headstones we install, we'll eventually offer a burial map. So you also get burial records of where the people are buried in the cemetery. And this is just like really fascinating to have in the cemetery now, because we all want to go to these cemeteries and learn about African American history of, infamous people, which is great. But we also have a lot of everyday heroes in these cemeteries, and it's really great for amplifying, their stories and voices. And then, of course, we have to do research. That is why I was in school for so long. So, again, like exploring those intersections of environmental science and justice, historic preservation, and critical geographies, and doing it in, again, like a very intentional, applied way. all of the data that I collected through my dissertation, I guess which makes me a little different again from the traditional academic background. I co-own the data with the community members that I work with. They all have full access to the data. Should they decide they want to make, profit with the photos that we've taken, or there's a book that they want to write, they have full agency to do that. And then in turn, anytime I publish work or share anything from that dissertation, they're co-authors. So they're not just reduced to acknowledgments, they're like actually in the authorship. And that thing is kind of important when we're doing intentional community engaged research and wanting to, again, tear down that bridge of distrust between scientists and the vulnerable populations that we work with. And yeah, so this is just, again, like amplifying this method of geography and ethnography. Storytelling is important here. I feel like you cannot have geographic information without narrative. And so that's just what this kind of highlights. And so my target audience really is kind of diverse. We work with community leaders and descendant groups, grassroots organizations, primarily for sure churches. I tend to work a lot with churches and other local cemetery associations. I do a lot of outreach through youth programs and schools and classrooms, creating curriculum projects, small scale story maps, projects of that nature, really getting the kids exposed to digital humanities. Local governments for sure. Being as though I work for the state government, I work a lot with the Texas Historical Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife. I've done some work with Louisiana State Historic Preservation Office. And then, of course, cultural justice and environmental justice advocacy groups and organizations. And to go into how we're growing and expanding, I do have a book chapter that is finally impressed and ready to be purchased. This is a chapter where it's titled Spatial Significance, Black Cemeteries as Repositories of Memory in the Urban Environmental Landscape Justice. And I talk mainly about those methods that I use in my dissertation and how it is applicable to not just specifically cemeteries or Black cemeteries, but also other sacred Black sites like churches, neighborhoods, things of that nature. But again, this undertone or growing issue of environmental justice and how cemeteries specifically are rising at the forefront to address environmental justice issues. So whereas we've seen a lot of environmental justice focused on public health, which is important, but I think the field itself is seeing, okay, we've kind of, I don't want to say overly exploited that, but we're finding that, hey, historic sites is a way that we can address this because they're federally protected. We have federal laws in place that protect those sites. I have an op-ed that is coming out sometime later this year with the Natural Hazards Research Center at University of Colorado, Boulder. And I'm also writing a book proposal. I had a publisher reach out to me from a university, so writing about that, which is really nice. For me as an academic that's not in academia, of course, I know the importance of publishing this work, but to me, it's important that the work is accessible. So I do take advantage of those non-traditional ways to make sure the work I'm doing is out there, and then collaborating with friends who are in academia who can publish. We'll collaborate and make sure like that's published in those spaces as well. But anything where I'm working on my own solo, I want to make sure it's direct to the public. And then the Sisters Crochet Creation. So yeah, I struggled a lot in grad school with like my mental health, and I really did find a lot of refuge in these Black cemeteries. Just even if I was crocheting for an hour a day, sometimes I found it was really therapeutic. And I get bullied a lot from my twin sister. She's like, "You're an old lady who crochets like this." A lot of other elder ladies crochet, and they love to talk to me about their cemetery. So I find that it's actually a really great way to break bread, so to speak, and capture some of those stories. So I'm learning like, okay, we can do it in the cemetery, but if I'm wanting to lean more so into this memory and how are they recalling the spaces, hosting these crochet workshops in cemeteries where people will come out
and talk with me. And I find that this is also a really great way to engage a lot of young women that are my age or younger who have interest in historic preservation and arts. And so it's not just limited to crocheting. People come and knit. There's some people who like to make quilts. So it's really great for that, but I find it's also extremely therapeutic in managing grief, managing a lot of pain, moving some of that through, because these are emotions that come up in cemetery work, and rather than just running from it, using art as an expression to show how we're healing, how we're addressing some of these issues. And it's just a great, like, soft place to land because this work is exhausting. We are having to argue a lot with people. So it's really great for that, and I really enjoy it. And so some of my ongoing partnerships and contracts, Adapta is a housing nonprofit here in Houston, Texas, where they address social vulnerability communities and families and help match them with affordable housing solutions. I'm a member of the Black Resilience Network, where we talk a lot about Black disaster-related research. Stemming the Tide, they have a project in Africatown, Alabama, where they bring collaborators that are educators, local municipal leaders, and scientists to address different environmental issues in there in South Alabama. And so I propose creating a cemetery stewardship project where middle school and high school kids will steward the cemetery and learn about their heritage, learn about the folks that are buried there, but again, also always wanting to channel how to channel grief, and partnering with a counselor to create materials so they can learn how to do that. Because our kids are aching, like they are hurting, and I'm deeply passionate about children having that right to express their grief. So. And then I'm also a member of the Texas Historical Commission's Lost Cemeteries Task Force. It's exactly how it sounds. We just research lost cemeteries, quote unquote, throughout Texas and update our atlas. And then I'm also a member of the Montgomery County Historical Commission, where I lend my GIS skills and a lot of my youth engagement energy to them. So very much like one of those quote unquote super single people. Like I don't have any like kids of my own. It's just like me. So I fill all of my free time with ways that I could serve and give back to people. I'm big on like public service and outreach into things like that. So that's all about the cemetery Sista and what I do, how I got here. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you. So we do have a comment in the chat. It was from Stephen Lyons. He said storytelling heritage tour. Love that. And we also have a question from Harriet Gaston. She said, I learned of a software program that uses augmented reality for those who visit cemeteries and other historical areas. It engages those who use smartphones. Is that something you may look into? For those who aren't familiar with this, think Pokemon Go.
Yes. Pokemon Go is a great example. Yeah, so the Digi Legacy software, the guy who's working on it, and I can put that in like his information below in the website below, but this is exactly what he and I have been working on. At the beginning of the year, there was a grant from the Digital Humanities Endowment that we actually wrote a grant specifically for this. And then the funding was pulled. So we're playing with the idea. We have some cemeteries that want to work with us to further develop that idea. But yeah, it's definitely something that I want to get into, especially with this digital humanities buzzword going around, and a lot of other people are like having these repositories of data, and how can we share that information so it's not just to that one audience, but the larger audience, and then encourage people to go and visit these places. So yeah, that's for sure like high priority bucket list. We're just looking for a really, really expensive grant to fund it.
Definitely makes sense. So that was a great presentation. Thank you. I'm sure some folks might have some other questions. If you do, you should either put them in the chat or you can raise your hand, and maybe then you can unmute and ask directly. Any thoughts, comments, questions, folks?
And I can put my website in the chat and then the Digi Legacy tool, just in case other people are interested in it. And then on my website will be all of my contact information and social medias.
Great. That would be great.
Well, I think you did excellent. I think you're doing excellent. My God, I thought I was busy, but my goodness, girl, you are
Yeah, I'm
doing
busy.
it overloaded and underpaid, right?
Well, I don't know. That state job is very comfortable. So if
Well, I'm
it was
glad.
academia, then yes, I would be both overworked and underpaid. But now I'm just overworked, and it's okay.
Well, that's a good thing. You're young. You still got it, and you're teaching
Yeah.
some of
Yeah.
the old folks how to do it. I have to ask you though about
Yeah.
the plantations down there in Texas.
Yeah.
Have you come across one by the name of Croom? CROOM.
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, I was given some items a couple of weeks ago, and after the person asked if I had known of this other person that had passed on, and so I grabbed their items up because I knew I could get it to the church that I knew that the relatives belonged in or attended, and so in doing so, I went through the pictures, and thank goodness I did because they had pictures from like the 1930s. And I'm only dating it because of the fact that some of the outfits that the women had on, the cars that was in the background, and such like that. And it was an old plantation, and they had a picture that had like the postal you know like the post office. It was a
Yeah.
little wooden shack, and it had across real big letters, Chrome, CROOM. So of course I had to do a deep dive into this. Knowing the family, I started looking at them, and next thing you know, I'm getting a connection between this picture with the Chrome plantation and them. And so now I understand why they had so many pictures. It was railroad tracks. It was just little shanties in the background, next to a lake of some sort. And I can't wait to really talk to one of I think it's his sister, about these pictures when I can really sit down and talk to her. And she already asked me if I would talk to her. I pulled off the will of the Croom family, and it said how he had separated all the people and sold them off here and there, but he also had another plantation in South Carolina. And he had a lot of slaves. He had over 200 slaves. He had like one half in the Carolinas and one half in Florida. All right, and then also sliding into Texas. So I was wondering if there was any other connections, because when I started doing, and not that she asked me to, because she didn't even know I had these items. I saw things that not only about the slave owners, but also about the living conditions. How they got transported back and forth. It was something else. And also one of the relatives, and they were obviously, I shouldn't say biracial, but they were mixed, as we used to call them back in the day. And that one of them actually, one of the ancestors came from Cuba. But it was just, this really hodgepodge of a little bit of every bit of information that you would go with a descendant of slaves and their location, and just to be able to see that location in actual pictures was just, exciting. Very, very, very
Yeah, that
exciting.
does sound exciting.
But I was hoping that you may have ran into maybe the possibility of the Croom plantation, or maybe some other descendants or something like that. Also, you talked about Mississippi. I was down in I had been in New Orleans several times before Katrina, and when I was with the American Red Cross disaster team, I went down there to help people get out of New Orleans to Houston, and from Houston to San Juan and all that wonderful San Jose. I just went to San Juan. What am I thinking? But anyway, when I went back years later, actually about 5 years later, I went down to the old Eighth Ward and stuff like that. And of course, the wonderful cemetery that is in downtown New Orleans. I personally went down there just to make sure that that place had not been totally destroyed.
Yeah.
And seeing some of your pictures and the coffins dangling out, and most of the graves down there are above ground
Mm-hmm.
because of the water problem,
Right.
and to see the destruction. Do you know if anybody was able to, when I was there the last time, it wasn't looking bad. It looked like they did some
Yeah.
work on it. But do you know if there's an organization of such that is maintaining those graves there?
So that's what's interesting with cemeteries and disaster research and recovery, or yeah, recovery rather. Um, there is no like federal law. FEMA does not. FEMA has the Cemeteries Laws Task Force Act, but it's only active in Louisiana.
Hmm.
And then so if there's a hurricane in Louisiana and the cemetery is impacted, then this task force is deployed. But let's say there's an issue in Mississippi or Texas, they will have to apply for FEMA recovery funds as if it is a house or another piece of property. So it's thrown in this pool of funding, and it may or may not receive a financial award. So what I find is there are some, not a lot, but there are very few environmental slash forensic archaeology firms that really specialize in that. So otherwise, it would be the responsibility of the cemetery itself. So, and yeah, like I resonate with you when you say you went to the cemetery to check on it. So I'll go home to New Orleans. I hate to admit it, at least once a month, because it's just right. It's a short drive from Houston to home for me. But I personally go to our family plots every single time just to make sure it's there. So at least once a month, I'm putting eyes on our family's plots, because yeah, like times are changing. Cemetery management is not the same across like the burial grounds, across plots, and we're having more frequency of disasters and floods. It's just, yeah, it's like a rule of thumb, especially after a hurricane, somebody has to go and check on the cemetery itself just to check for those kinds of issues. So yeah, it'll either have to be a private archaeology forensic firm, or they'll have to apply for FEMA funding, and it's quite expensive. I believe they quoted at $10,000 per plot.
Oh my.
Yes. So if it's a small rural Black cemetery in Mississippi, they can't afford that. So
No.
yeah.
So they do the best they can to put it back
Right.
together themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or a lot of donations, in-kind service donations, things like that, volunteers.
Okay. And I can't imagine, you said it was a shell chemical plant?
Yes. And
And
I can share that article as well. It is behind a paywall, but I have a PDF copy, so I don't know if I can upload the PDF copy directly here. If I can share it with y'all, and you can email it out to the people who registered to the conference. They might want to read it.
Okay. Jeanie, are you able to do that, or is it best for her to just send it to us?
I can include that in the email that we'll send out with the link when the video is up on YouTube. So
okay, perfect.
Well, that's great. That's great. And anything else that you want to share, because you have a wealth of information, how to connect with the community, the students and everything else, and also different ways to do it. I'm from the older school who's just dealing with the GIS, and I'm not really good with the meta yet. I'm being forced into it. I need some classes on it. And I love the storytelling, the title that you gave, the Storytelling Heritage Tour, which is excellent because it gives it more credence, to the people who want to do it, as opposed to saying, okay, we're going to just do a walking tour, but it doesn't really dig into the meat of it. So I love that. I might have to copy that too.
Oh, please. I'm happy to share like curriculums and some of the other workshops that I've done, like what that looks like. So yeah.
We'll definitely share that, because I've been asking here in the Stilton Borough for the last couple of years to do something. I've been on a board for the Stilton Historical Society, and they could use some help. So send it on.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
I think Bertha has a question for you or a comment.
Yes. Hi. Excuse me. Hi, Jennifer. Dr. Blanks, excuse me. The presentation was excellent, along with the morning presentation. Very, they were basically, not basically the same, but different, but sort of the same. So I have two questions for you. The first one is sort of offhanded, but that is, do you have, first of all, you're an identical twin. I'm an identical twin, so I know what it means to have a partner who understands everything that you do, and sometimes don't. But anyway, that's my first comment. So congratulations on that. The second question, like I said, is sort of offhanded, is do you have a replica of yourself, of anybody you know in Pennsylvania, in the state of Pennsylvania, that does the kind of work that you do?
I can't say definite. No, I'm just not sure. Maybe they exist, but most of the time when I am like meeting people from other states, they tell me like they don't find anybody like me. So, I've done work in other states though, so I'm always happy to come to Pennsylvania. I've only been once actually, like earlier this summer, so it'll be nice to come back and see a different perspective of it. But
okay, thank you.
yeah.
And then my third question is, you mentioned about in Louisiana, that there are active burial grounds, and if people want to go to see the site or to actually bury somebody, they have to contact the chemical companies. And you mentioned about the floodplains. So I guess my main question is, first of all, that's a terrible situation. And secondly, when does someone decide that a particular area is a floodplain? I mean, when does it get labeled that?
Yeah, so typically it would have been labeled at during like landscape assessments or environmental assessments. And it would have been done like as the town is developing. And sometimes like there are those visual cues, right? Like the areas that are more vulnerable to flooding. As we do find a lot of Black towns and communities are in these floodplain areas because they're lower lying. The soil itself is less productive, is not able to maybe grow crops or be profitable from the local planner's perspective. So yeah, it would have been identified or classified as such during those environmental assessments and surveys.
Okay, so some of those cemeteries that you were saying that are in floodplains, how far back do they go?
Oh, a lot of those cemeteries, they go back to enslavement. Some of the towns and cemeteries are located in close proximity to the plantations once where the slaves were living, and then they just move not so far down to settle their own settlement or community. So they go back to pre-emancipation days in some cases.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question.
Jennifer, do you also find that even with the floodplains, that is always subject to change? Because like right now, because of the environment, it is constantly being changed because of people creating more roads, putting down macadam, putting down cement, building the house on the top of the hill and diverting the water elsewhere. And they don't realize or they don't care because downhill is going to flow. And next thing you know, you have a flood. And I've seen it in Harrisburg and in Stilton and Sweater Township where, like when Agnes came through the flood, it came up to, let's say, the steps of the bank, And so now if you have, you want to build something because it's now considered a floodplain. Now, if you build something, you have to have special insurance and they're telling you got to put it on pillars, in order to have it up so many feet above the floodplain. And so it wasn't something in our area that happened, 100 years ago or even 50 years ago.
Right.
It happened more recently. And so now those areas that used to be, where you could just frolic around and have a good time is now gone. Or if it is there, like in downtown Harrisburg, it's a place called Shipo. All the new houses are now high up where they have the drive-in, not even with doors, but they have an area where you can park your car under your house. And then you have to walk up like 13 steps to get to your first level. That's because of the floodplain. They have now redid the mapping for that. So those things are subject to change, and it's unfortunate because, as you mentioned, a lot of the places that were given for people of color, and also like you find that in Hawaii, you find that in Alaska, and you find that in other areas around the United States where they have been given the what you consider the worst of the area to live in. And now their houses and whatever else are being wiped out, except for the people that have the multi-million-dollar land next to the for the beaches, you know,
Right. Or they can afford the mitigation, right? Like they can afford to rebuild, they can afford the extremely expensive insurance.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right.
and then like in Southeast Louisiana for sure, we have that issue. And really seeing it with tribes associated in Louisiana. So like the Kudashata tribe of Louisiana, they're more northeast, but if you go more south, there's a couple of other indigenous tribes where they're actually like they were the first of the tribes to receive federal funding to relocate their entire tribe, and that includes their burial mounds, other sacred sites. So it's an ongoing issue, but that's one solution when there's several other communities that would need that, and I'm not confident the federal government wants to do that.
Yeah,
So
it is. You know, we could talk forever, but we
yeah,
got to move on
thank you
to our
so much. Yeah, I really do appreciate it, and I'll put the links in the chat below. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you'll stay on and everybody else will stay on for our next person, which is going to be preparing for disaster and emergencies. All right. And this is by Melissa A.Timo. She has her MA and R.P.A, R.P.A, a little dyslexia coming on here. North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, Office of State Archaeology, Historic Midland, oh my God, Historic Cemetery Specialist. And Melissa, are you, there you are.
Hello. So
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna,
Melissa.
no problem, share my screen. Yay. Can you see my presentation?
It's coming on. It's saying has that you started. There you go.
All right. So yes, thank you so much for having me. I am in North Carolina. However, I am a Pennsylvania native, born and raised in Westmoreland County. My undergrad was in Erie, Pennsylvania. So always happy to contribute back home. But cemeteries and culture is not really, as sort of was mentioned before, not really isolated to one place. Humans and human culture predate boundaries. So there's always going to be things that we can share across state lines to learn more. So yeah, I was brought in today because I know, unfortunately, a bit about handling disasters with cemeteries. Back up a little bit that I do work for the Office of State Archaeology. I am in the Raleigh office right now, but we've got a number of offices across the state. My fellow employees cover different targeted areas around the state, different portions of the state to handle review and analysis of different projects that are happening. However, because I'm in the historic cemetery program, which is also a very fancy term for me, I cover all 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. So I have seen the whole gamut of interesting disasters from coast to mountains. Briefly, the Historic Cemetery Program has two missions. One is to get cemeteries recorded on the NC Site File Registry. There are currently about 33,000 cemeteries recorded on the site file. However, from what I have seen and learned, that there's probably between 100 and 250,000 cemeteries in the state of North Carolina, most of which are little cemeteries because North Carolina has a historical and ongoing, robustly ongoing tradition of family cemeteries. It's actually how I know when I'm driving back from Pittsburgh to North Carolina, when I cross from Virginia into North Carolina is when I start seeing all the cemeteries in people's front yards, because it's still something that people do. So the other part that also works in conjunction with trying to get these recorded is working with communities. And I do this both to get this information, to collect it from, because cemeteries are very often, and for a lot of communities like African-American communities, tribal communities, they are very much in knowledge. They're very much held tight, both because there wasn't a place to put that knowledge and because that knowledge has not been treated very well in the past. So that requires building up faith that just because I am part of the state, that we are treating this information with the respect to it's due in order to assist the communities. But a large part of my job is just answering weird cemetery questions, everything from preservation to what the North Carolina laws are, to different strategies along that. It's October. I always get really weird calls in October with the upcoming Halloween holiday. And so there's those, but I also, my biggest goal, because I am only one person for the entire state, is to make sure that I arm communities, whether that be families or descendant groups or churches or local governments, with the resources they need to take their project on themselves, because cemetery projects, as we know, can feel very overwhelming. Like you have to start from scratch, but like was mentioned before, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's so much information. And so I want to make sure that I give people sometimes even just the words to use to change the game, because it's all a game. It's at this point when you're dealing with some of these cultural resource issues. And what are the words that might get somebody to pay more attention to my concern than what I was using before. So I also have lists of all kinds of professionals and contacts and groups. There's a whole bunch of cemetery networks in North Carolina. And even I've got a list that no one's asked for, and that is a list of all of the farms in North Carolina that you can rent sheep and goats for landscaping purposes. No one's asked me for that one yet, but I have it. It's ready. Because one of the things I'd like to work with people to make sure that they know is that the most important thing, because cemeteries can be such a passion project, the most important thing is to develop a long-term management plan that takes into account all kinds of things. Because they are often passion projects, people focus very narrowly on getting that one headstone fixed or finding that one family member, not sort of thinking that, yes, we can get the cemetery cleaned up, but if we don't have a strategy in place, in next year, in 2 years, in 10 years, the cemetery could go back to being lost. So what can we do to make sure that these places are around for all the future generations to come and learn and remember it? Unfortunately, that means that I do also have to help a lot of people with the storm stuff and not just damage from development or from vandals, but from natural forces. And one of the obvious stuff has been all the things on the coast with sea level rise and all the hurricanes. But last year, almost exactly a year ago, last month, we had Helene, and Helene has revealed a number of gaps because it is an area where storms aren't necessarily expected in this intensity. And I have a very educated feeling that a lot of our territories is going to, all over the East Coast, all over the states, are going to start facing environmental issues, these larger, more intense storms, flooding, that sort of thing, than happened in the past. And so one of the things I'm going to be talking about today are some very real hands-on things that you can do to prepare to ensure that your cemetery has the sort of resiliency to make it through, or to have a plan in place so that you know a next step. Because this, for example, what you're seeing on the screen, that is the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. And those are all the different things that were impacted just by the land and debris slides. So that is almost 3,000 different landslides and debris slides that happened. That's not even counting all of the stuff that was impacted by the floodwaters and by the winds. So many, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of trees fell during this storm. Whole sides of the mountain came down. And so this is a really dramatic example that I've learned a lot from to help teach you things to look out for as you make your plans. So all of the storm stuff starts before the storm ever happens. Now is too late, almost, in this sort of thing. So this is something you can start thinking about now. And that is, the first thing is to develop a management plan, to develop a plan that includes a risk assessment. And your risk assessment might include things like looking at where the waterways are, looking to see if you need to put in berms or retaining walls. Like I said, I'm from Westmoreland County, and something that was a very real concern, actually closed a school where some of my friends went, was mine subsidence. Their cafeteria sank. And they had to close the whole school. I thought it was a cool, step in, sunken cafeteria. It was not. It was mine subsidence. And so these are all things that you need to talk to not just cultural resource professionals, but environmental professionals to sort of get a rough idea of what could be problems in the future. Tree health, so big. Trees are a very expensive chore, and making sure that the dead limbs are taken care of, to make sure that it's not infested with bugs, because in a normal day-to-day maintenance and preservation of a cemetery, you don't want to spend a couple $100 or $1,000 replacing or repairing a headstone, and then you didn't look at that big oak tree leaning over it that is really sick, and it falls and it crushes not only that several $100s worth of repairs that you just did, but all the other headstones around it. So keeping on top of tree health, making sure to have that be a budgetary category in addition to regular maintenance, to see where things are settling, if there is water pooling in a particular area, if there is a new subdivision going in up the way. And that's happened near my parents' home, where they put in a subdivision and the subdivision didn't do correct drainage. So all of the old neighborhoods just below it flooded out because of their plan. So that's requiring a bit more broader attention paid to city and county planning departments as well. But the biggest thing and the cheapest thing, fortunately, is documenting. Document. This will include everything from an inventory. What do you have? What type of resources? What do the headstones look like? What do they say? What types of headstones are they? But also drawing a map. And you can hire a surveyor to do that, or an archaeological team to do a sort of map with a total station or georeference with a really accurate GPS unit. But you can do a sketch map. Get a big piece of graph paper, mark down where these graves are, where the trees are, where the roads are, where the creek is. All of these different things will help you have a baseline to start with in case something bad does happen. Photos with the capital letters is on purpose. All photos should have a scale at them. So either an actual photography scale, or a ruler, or a yardstick, even a Starbucks cup, because those are uniform in size, because we need to keep a systematic record of how big these things were, what their shape was, different sides, the part of the grave, the whole grave, because sometimes there's a footstone and a headstone. But also you want to make sure you're taking pictures of the entire cemetery. And I have a story for this one. So there's a cemetery I worked with in Durham. It's an African-American cemetery, was added to the National Register last year, Geer Cemetery. It's one of the oldest post-emancipation cemeteries in Durham. And really cool cemetery, amazing people. They have excellent photos of all of the headstones. They have a great inventory. 2019, Hurricanes Florence and Michael blew through. They lost some of these big centuries old witness tree level trees, and they were eligible to hit some funds, federal funds, under the Park Service's Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Grant. Now, because it's a federal level grant, they had to prove that the damages that happened during Florence and Michael, not because they were old trees that fell down or something along those lines. They had really great photos of the headstones, but they didn't have any photos of the cemetery. So in the 11th hour, we were taking cleanup day shots, people's Facebook pictures, and looking in the backgrounds. If you look over the guy in the gray on the left-hand side's left shoulder, you can see that the trees, and it worked, but that was a scramble. And now they have a lot more pictures that involve lots of different views of different features, both botanical features, cemetery features, the neighboring properties, so that they have a whole documentation of the whole cemetery, not just the headstones. Another thing to consider, especially if there's an area where there is some potential flood damage or storm damage, is document storage. A lot of cemeteries are volunteer based. That could be both church cemeteries, personal cemeteries, community cemeteries are volunteer based. And it's usually one person who holds all the records. Well, what if their house burns down or floods out? What if that person dies and their kids don't know what the records are and they get pitched? So I always advocate people to look into additional or backup storage, maybe not even in the area, maybe have a copy near the cemetery and a copy with a family member that lives in Chicago or somewhere else, so that we don't lose these invaluable records like we have in the past. And another big thing before the storm is to develop what we, Geer Cemetery and I, those folks, we call a portfolio of partnerships. And this is not just for volunteer helping hands for when the trees fall or when whatever's blocked off or cleanup days, but this involves maybe developing a partner with the local township to see if you can get their parks guys out, or to collect do curbside pickup of debris, to find a favorite arborist who might cut you a break. Also, to know who your local political reps, or your local, who is the sheriff, who is the medical examiner, that sort of thing. And with that, develop an emergency phone tree. One of the things that people talk to me, I was out in Asheville a couple of weeks ago doing a Helene cleanup workshop, was that they had people who were involved in the cemetery, South Asheville Cemetery, another African-American cemetery, who lived in town and sort of had to deal with the hurricane themselves, in addition to worrying about the cemetery. They had other people on their board who were in an area where their home wasn't impacted, so they chose to evacuate. And those people who evacuated could be the designated people to deal with the cemetery stuff so that everyone else could deal with personal stuff. And they said that allowed them to be a step ahead, and I'll get more into that in a second. So storm happens, is that a tornado, a hurricane, a flood, post a massive snowstorm and all the flooding that might happen in the spring. Lots of things, a big windstorm, a microburst, all sorts of things like that. What can we do? Well, the first thing is to be sure, and it may seem like a given, we have to check on the cemetery. First, is it physically safe to be there? Is the weather event over? It's really easy if it's a storm, like it's a tornado or a hurricane, where it moves and it dies and it's gone. Flooding can be more nefarious. It could seem like it's over, could die down a little bit, and then rise again when something breaks through. So make sure that it's physically safe to be there. You might also, especially if this is a site that is near and dear to the hearts of your community, you might want to, they might rush to help before it is safe to be there. So you might want to put out on your Facebook page, on your website, tap a sign in at the site saying, we're temporarily closed, refer to our Facebook page for when cleanups will start to happen. That way you don't have to worry about people going into places that aren't safe, that might have things like electrical wires, or damaged gas lines, sinkholes, chemical spills. I know that may not be there in all of Pennsylvania, but I know fire ants are coming to Pennsylvania, and fire ants float. And they get angry. And so I tell people that that's also something to be aware of, is the the critters as well. And I want you to assume that if there is floodwaters, that they are contaminated, because floodwaters always contain sewage and runoff and spills. And so making sure that it's physically safe for you and for any volunteers, and that might be reaching out to the local government, the local health and safety board to see, are there concerns, or is there testing that needs to happen before we bring people out, because you don't want anybody to get sick. When people are going out there, make sure that you got safety equipment, make sure people are wearing closed-toed shoes, long sleeve shirts and pants. Tetanus shots are a good idea. Safety glasses, make sure you have a first aid kit, have an emergency evacuation route, especially if it's very early on and the roads or there's lots of downed trees might make obvious way to get to the hospital not so obvious. Then we go into the actual checking out the things, looking into what has happened, what do we need to do, and it might involve contacting law enforcement. Now, I'm really unfortunately familiar with North Carolina laws, but I'm not as familiar with Pennsylvania laws. But in North Carolina stuff is like sort of best practices and may fit the Pennsylvania Code 1.25 that I found, where if there are exposed human remains, that you reach out, you stop work, you move everybody away, and you contact law enforcement, who may contact the coroner or the medical examiner in order to satisfy the laws. Don't assume that you can just slap some dirt over it without knowing the laws and maybe without contacting people, because we don't want anybody well-intentioned to get in trouble. And that came up pretty obviously to me. I was sent this is a still from a clip that I was sent about 5,000 times of a casket floating down the Nollatucky River in Unicoi County, Tennessee. And I just saw all of the trauma and all of the red flags, but was sort of relieved. I said, that's Graham Perry's problem, because Graham Perry is a cemetery specialist for the state of Tennessee. Turns out it is my problem. It was an individual buried in 2006 who started out in Yancey County, North Carolina, and floated over the border into Tennessee. And that means we had sheriffs from 2 different states, 2 different counties. We had coroners, we had medical examiners, we have now to transport human remains over state lines. And I still don't think that situation is fully finished. And there's another casket that's missing from that same cemetery that we're still looking for. So that's going to involve a whole different suite of people than a normal historic cemetery human remains discovery might. Also, again, with those people who may not be actively involved in like bailing out their house or business, this is where those folks can be investigating and initiating the local, state, and FEMA engagement, because a lot of these storms and these things that trigger funding or assistance, especially on the federal level, have a ticking timeline. And what I'm finding now, this summer into this fall, is that the calls that I'm getting, I didn't have any real calls except for this one from Yancey, Unicoi County, from cemeteries, because people were too busy trying to figure out where they were going to live, how to get drywallers in to fix their business, or get the new roof put into place, or trying to track down family members, or having the funerals, or all these terrible things. And they waited until this past summer, or now this fall. Okay, now take the stuff that's on the back burner, and now we're going to go check on the cemetery, and oh, it's just as bad as everything else was. There's down trees, we can't even get there, the road was washed away. But a lot of counties will, when a federal declaration is put into place, will get debris removal, like curbside debris removal money, to help people get rid of the stuff, that the damage. So they don't have the people to do the removal, but they have the trucks that will come and haul this stuff away. And that money often expires 6 months to a year after the storm date. And so that means that the people who are looking for help now have no help to find, because those projects have expired. All of the volunteer groups have gone away. All of the money that they could apply for is missed. And it's not their fault. It's because you can't do 80,000 things at the same time. You have to pick the highest priority for your living people to make sure that they're safe and taken care of. And so now they're sort of stuck. And we're looking at other ways, and other groups, like there's the North Carolina African American Cemetery Network, who are looking at maybe doing a response team for helping with some of this stuff, but it wasn't built in. So that's why I say, have someone who's not in the thick of it be on your phone tree, so that they can stress out over that, and everyone else can stress over what needs to be stressed out over, so that them and their families and their kids and their elders are all safe. And again, photograph, have ongoing comparable records that you can say, this happened. And when we're applying for help, we can prove that it happened here. That also may include documentation, and it's really easy for you to, and I'll show you some examples in a second, to have a form. Either there are lots of great forms online that you can borrow and adapt, or create your own form, so that even if you've got a bunch of volunteers coming out, you're all collecting the same types of information. You all got the same boxes to check, or the same options to use, so that you've got a uniformity. So writing a report or writing a grant is much easier if all the data sort of lines up in a way that makes it easier to do the math. Next, actual physically doing this stuff is the next step. And before workers like guys to come in and deal with the trees, or move debris like a broken architectural elements or that sort of thing comes in, you might want to check to see if anything needs to be stabilized, if it's hiding on by a thread. At the Asheville Cemetery, we did see some headstones that were kind of like, for lack of a better term, almost whack-a-mole into the ground by a falling tree. So those weren't as concerned. We weren't as concerned about those falling over, but others were tipped to a point of leaning, or leaning on completely dislodged. Those are things where we want to make sure that we have some sort of support for them before workers come in, because if they remove the tree, they remove the support, and the thing might fall and break. And so that might involve just packing dirt underneath it, so that it has a built-in support system, or using something like 2x4s or pallets or things like that. Best thing to do, especially if you don't have the funds to come back and do repairs, is to lay the headstone flat. And that way, the stones, especially if you have older stones that are made out of like marble or sandstone or slate, they will warp if you prop them up. And so that when you go finally have the funds or the skills to fix them, your headstone will be facing in a weird twisted location because it has warped out of place. I do warn though that headstones are way, way heavier and oftentimes bigger than they look. So make sure if you're going to lift or move headstones, you have either enough hands to help, or you have something like you see in the picture there, a tripod sort of winch system to lift it. Even those little rectangular footstones, they're 3 feet long. And that it can be, 50, 70 pounds that you're not thinking about. The headstone or just the base that you're seeing there, that is 300 pounds. And so we had a winch there that we used to lift that up. And that's just the broken piece. That's not even the headstone itself. So make sure you do that so that you don't get hurt or you don't drop it and then cause more damage. Make sure you, speaking of damage, you document all the damage, including the broken pieces. Document every broken piece and don't move them unless there's a safety or other reason why to move them. And that's because it's really easy to lose track of stuff. Even I'm an archaeologist by training, and all of my archaeology tools have orange flagging tape tied on them because I have set them down next to me and lost them completely in the archaeology site in the brush around me. So removing things might seem like a good idea, but it's really easy to lose track of things, especially if you don't have a really established storage facility where you can store all the pieces. Plus, you have to check to see if removing those pieces does break the law. If you do have to remove them, make sure you document not only where they, and map where they are, but also what they're next to, tag everything, and put it on some sort of a form so that you know where the heck this came from. There are, like I said, lots of forms. I even came up with one when we were doing some coastal surveys for Florence and Michael to document either the damage to the headstone itself or the cemetery in general, and then keep copies in multiple places, put some on the cloud, whatever, so that you have these to refer to and maybe even use as examples for a grant application. Now we got to get back to normal. How do we get this sort of trashed place back to a place that looks more as a sort of a place of memory and a space of history and a place of community? And it may be a new normal. That's what the quotes are for, because we may not be able to go back to how it started, but we can make efforts moving forward. And that can be, the 2 steps are usually debris removal and cemetery element restoration. And I say element because it could be a fence, it could be, as was mentioned earlier, some communities used artifacts or architectural features as headstones, like cinder blocks or bricks or cool architectural features from columns as their headstones. And so first I talk about trees because that's what often happens with these storms. First, before you attempt a tree removal, look at the root ball where the tree, if a tree has come up completely. You can see my colleague Emily there. She's a forensic archaeologist looking to check to see if there is anything trapped up in the root ball. Trees like to grow, plants in general like to grow in the path of least resistance. And the path of least resistance in a cemetery is through a grave shaft. And so trees often come up with things that we would prefer not to come up. Like, for example, there were human remains in this tree that Emily is looking at there. But also, as you can see in this picture, we have things like brick vaults or pieces of headstones that were knocked over. Sometimes a tree was planted as part of the memorial and the tree grew around or encompassed or over the headstones or the various cemetery features. And so they are now exposed. So checking again, are just the elements exposed or the human remains are exposed? If the human remains exposed, we now need to call the cops now. So be very aware of that. Also, another really important thing to do is to do all the removal by hand. It's not a good idea, especially in an old cemetery where vaults were not used, to drive heavy equipment into the cemetery. So you can see on the picture on the left, the tree, the arborists who were removing the trees have their truck parked outside the fence, and then they had a crane to lift the biggest portions out over the fence line and in to get disposed. Then they use chainsaws to do the actual removal. Your tree, if it's leaning and you cut the top off in order to prevent it from sort of like Looney Tunes springing back and potentially damaging things or falling over, a good thing to do is to add supports, and that could be jacks. You can see a combination of pallet and jacks here. I've seen the earthen ramps, like I mentioned before, 2x4s, things that can sort of offer support until you get to the next step, so that you can do this carefully to ensure that things stay safe as they can now that they're exposed. Another thing, and after you take off the top, what's the best is to then gently set that root ball back into the hole that it created, and do not grub out the stump, because again, we don't know how far down below surface some graves are. 6 feet under is just a saying. What that actually meant in reality is a completely different thing. For example, in North Carolina, the minimum distance for a modern grave below surface is 18 inches. And that's because some areas of North Carolina and the mountains don't have a whole lot of topsoil, so there's can't go real deep. And that's very true in certain places in Pennsylvania as well. And so we want to set that down so that if anything is contained that is a cemetery and not human remains, or human remains that have been cleared by appropriate authorities, can go back in place and then cut that tree root off, or that tree stump off at the ground surface. And finally, again, finished up with the tree removal. Take your documentary images like on the right-hand side, so that when you have your next steps, which are to restore that headstone, you have the next starting point, because you want to have an ongoing story of all the features in this cemetery. There are lots of resources for creating a plan. And I have my email in the chat. If you are interested, I think this is something I meant to say at the beginning, but I didn't. Take down my email and send me a message, and I will give you a PDF version of this presentation. So you'll have all of these links for you to use. Chikora Foundation, which I think they're defunct now, but they have lots of guides as well as sample forms that you can use in order to take care of and systematically record the things that have happened to your cemetery. What these things don't cover, and is something that I am tackling with now, are the cultural effects. Because we all know that cemeteries are not just historical landscapes. They are cultural, they are emotional, they are social, they are representatives of structural landscapes. And so there's a lot of grief that comes with this, for personal loss, for community loss, for environmental loss. And so while I've always come at cemeteries with I have a public archaeology background, so I've been doing public archaeology or public history for 25 years. The amount of emotions and sort of loss kind of threw me. So while I've always had a sort of trauma-informed approach to cemetery planning and cemetery issues, what I'm dealing with now are locations on the coast and now in the mountains where there is nothing to restore. The mountain is gone. We have cemeteries on the coast that were 100, 250 feet from the water and now are in the water. What do you do if there's no place to lay a wreath? What do you do what do you do with those memories? What do you do if there is an inevitable creep of something like sea level rise, where we don't have the money to maybe move everybody, or we do, but this is the last bit of the post-Civil War, post-emancipation land that my ancestors owned. Everything else been sold off and subdivided, but this is part of that original plot. If we have to move everyone, we move everyone, but what do we do about the loss of the space? And so I got a grief support specialist certificate this spring through the University of Wisconsin at Madison. It's a really great program if anyone's interested. I can direct you to that program. It's 6 weeks. But looking at having different other strategies of data recovery and community building and reholding funerals, or what a practice called a morning walk, which is a walk that does take place in the morning, but it is MOURNING, where you are walking through with your community and talking and remembering as you go from traumatic or lost landscape to lost landscape, or a new way to create a memorial on site. What can we do to keep up this sacred space if the sacred space literally no longer physically exists? So that is something that we also have to tackle with now. And if you have any questions, or you want to just talk about these really tricky things, or you have other cemetery or disaster questions, I really welcome you to reach out to me. September, October is busy, so email I will get to faster rather than phone, but I will take both. We have a cemetery website with our cemetery program and all kinds of resources and webinars that you are welcome to check out. And if we have anything that is online or in person, we usually post it first on our Facebook page, so you're welcome to check that out as well. Thank you very much.
Melissa, what can I say about Melissa? My goodness, you have a lot of information there. And I believe if you can, make sure that we get every kind of link that you can possibly share with us, any kind of PDF or email, whatever that you can share with us, that we can post it. And because there's a lot of great things that you talked about that I'm sure somebody within our group can use. I saw the picture with the tree surrounding the headstone. I had one like that in Midland Cemetery also. We have been cutting down trees. We got about 97 more trees to cut down. And, you know, hindsight is 2020, because I had trees down over the years because the entire place was filled with trees. And what we did was, over the last 10 years, we've been bringing in somebody who can just grind down the heads, you know, the stump, because it was so big. But this last time we had trees down, we were able to have someone come in, the township actually, and they pulled up the stump and we said, shake it out right there. And they did. And the wonderful things that came out of the base of that tree was spectacular. This one particular area that we're working in now hasn't been touched in well over 100 years.
Yeah,
And
archaeologists always, when we see a tree stump wherever we are, if I'm on a walk in a state park, or where I always check a tree stump, because you never know what kind of fun stuff you'll find in there.
It's amazing.
Less fun in a cemetery, but it's still one of the first places we check. Also with the surrounding trees, that's why I also tell people to be very aware of the things they have, because it's not super common, but it does happen. And there are some cases where the headstone has been completely enveloped by the tree, and that would be a really nasty surprise for someone with a chainsaw if you're not paying attention. Which is, again, why having people with hand equipment rather than, say, having a big piece of heavy equipment come in to do the work is the best, so that you can be more cognizant of these little things that are almost hidden unless you're paying attention.
Right. Well, I found that out by trial and error. And we've had to call in the police in order to get the coroner there to take away the bones and decide if they were animal or human. Reinterment has happened. I think I've done it all at Midland. So it's just wonderful to hear that what you had to say, because a lot of this was applicable to our cemetery. And I'm sure that others around the state and the country will glean something from this, especially the sources that you have and how you can do it. So, are there any questions that you have? Anyone online that would like to pose a question to Melissa while we have her? I know we're a little behind and we have someone else coming in. So, if you do have questions that can't be answered right now, put them in the chat anyway. And once we're done and we do a wrap up of it, we can make sure that we get your question answered by sending it off to the correct person. So, Melissa, again, thank you so much for your time and your efforts and all that you're doing. And you're homegrown right here in PA. So
That's
I
right.
know they got the best of the best down there, right?
So many. I've actually I'm one of 4 North Carolina State Archaeology employees that went to Mercyhurst University in Erie, Pennsylvania. So there's more people that went to Pennsylvania schools in the Office of State Archaeology than North Carolina schools, which I think is pretty funny.
Well, that's awesome. And I'm working along with the Pennsylvania Archaeological Council. We have done a lot, coordinating things and trying to make sure that we're doing ground penetrating radar and LiDAR and everything else. And we also have invested in a metal detector, high resident type metal detector, so that in this area that we're working in now, like I said, it's been many, many, many decades since anybody's touched on it. But just to find the headstones, if we can find them before we start cutting down anything else. Right now, we're trying to take care of the deer because there's a lot of deer in there and wild turkeys.
Yeah, and that's the best part, is that while this feels cemetery stuff, especially with material cultural things, feel very big, there are so many things. Especially I work with people a lot on taking the big problem and breaking it into little individual problems, especially when funding's concerned as well, because there's not a whole lot of straight cemetery grants out there. But these little things are also things that you can do without any training or a ton of money. And there's getting those sort of checklists make this feel much more approachable. And I hope that means that we have more community buy-in, more descendant buy-in, when they realize that you can do it. And so much good comes from it.
Well, there's going to be a lot coming out of this here conference, and people, don't worry about how many people is online. The thing is that we're going to post this up to our YouTube channel. We're going to connect it into our websites, and this will just be flourishing all around the country, in a matter of speaking. So that's what it's important, that we're documenting all of our stories, that we're connecting to each other, and we're sharing information. And we are educating people. We are connecting people, and we're making sure that the history of our people is not lost. So, Melissa, again, thank you so much. I'm going to turn this over now to Jeanie Stillman Glaser, and she's going to be talking with somebody else. So have a great day, people. Just continue to listen in, document, and listen to our next person. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Barbara.
And Jeanie, can you turn up your volume, please?
All right, I'll do my best here.
You
can hear me?
Yes, better.
Great. Okay, so this is the portion of our day where we speak with cemetery stewards who want to tell us about what's been going on in their cemetery, discuss any challenges they're having, anything of the sort. And in particular, we have a speaker that we would like to invite to talk to us first. He is Che Abdullah from North Carolina African American Cemetery Network. So if you could unmute and let us know how things are going with you and your work.
Thank you so much for the introduction. It's great to be here. We're really excited to address the group and really be engaged with this work. I would like to share my screen if you don't mind.
For it.
And okay. sharing my screen. I'm working from a single screen, you guys. I usually have two, but can you see the website here?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So my name, as said, is Shay Abdullah. I'm here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I've, been introduced to the cemetery world really by way of accident. I worked at an elementary school, and just adjacent to the school was a cemetery called Cedar Grove Cemetery that's here in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we've done a lot of work at Cedar Grove, and through that work, we forged a relationship with the local university, University of North Carolina, Charlotte. And Dr. Youngst, who's in the anthropology department there, has just been really critical in the work we've been able to accomplish at Cedar Grove. Through that work, we learned so many different things, so many opportunities to engage with the community, so many opportunities to bring other folks into that space where they could really make a contribution and walk away as benefactors of the work that they've put in there. And through that, we came up with a wonderful idea to spread that work throughout the state a little bit more by launching the North Carolina African American Cemeteries Network. We won a grant, a very small grant, and that allowed us to build this website that you see here. And it really kind of breaks down what our initial goal is. We've been in existence for probably about, the website's been up and alive for probably about 8 months now, close to a year. And we're really just wanting to grow community, learn more about engaging with cemeteries, provide more opportunities here to our local community and the folks that are engaging with us here in Mecklenburg County. If you don't know much about Charlotte, or excuse me, about North Carolina, Mecklenburg is one of the larger counties, Charlotte being one of the larger cities. We do have quite a bit of sort of resources revolving around underserved communities, et cetera. We have a corridor of opportunity program. And I mention that because Cedar Grove happens to be right in that corridor of opportunity. And through a program like that, we haven't been terribly successful, but the opportunity to access resources is increased by that type of program. And I only mention that just if there's something in your area along those lines, you might be able to find some assistance and help. Additionally, the local college, like I mentioned, University of North Carolina, Charlotte's been instrumental in helping us get this off the ground, helping us understand the opportunities that we have at the cemetery, and really helping us engage students with community to clean up, preserve, to research, and to share a lot of the stories that we're finding. So really quickly, you can see kind of our mission statements here on the front page. Encourage all of you to connect with us, share your questions, share your stories, your excitement about all this, and so on. But we have a brief about us here. It matches what you see here. There's our connect form. Again, encourage everyone to join our network. Tell us what we can do better. Tell us what you'd like to see. And, tell us how we can all be working better together. That is a big mission and goal of ours, is that we are collaborative in the things that we do. We've been fortunate enough to work with a gentleman by the name of Doug Compton. Doug is referred to as the cemetery man often, and he does really fantastic work updating Find a Grave throughout the community. He's also active in repairing stones, cleanups, things along those lines. So interacting with a person like that, or being able to connect with someone who has that passion for what started off as a project for us, has really opened our eyes and opened our opportunities to share the excitement that we feel about this, but also the importance of preserving this history and sharing the actual history with the local community. And the big thing, facilitating others that find themselves in similar situations. We started at zero. We didn't have any help. We didn't know anybody. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know where to go. We didn't know anything. But it's been about 3.5, 4 years now. And through that process, we've learned so much. We wanted to be able to make sure that we created an opportunity for people in other areas, more rural or regardless, people that had a motivation to make a change through a cemetery in their community, and really putting something together to keep them excited, give them resources, motivation, and a community to connect with about what what is happening in or what can be done, what the opportunities are in restoration. That's back to our homepage. You can email us here. I'm going to go down to the bottom. We're working on an interactive map. Very excited about that. Working with some local universities as well outside of University of North Carolina, Charlotte, to sort of pin down what that exactly is that going to look like, and really simplify it for kind of everyday use for people that aren't that heavy into the cemetery restoration and maintenance yet still have a great way to get their cemetery, recognized, identifiable, and then share some information that they have on it. We've also done a resource tab here that is developing, certainly. I'm very happy to see Melissa A.Timo here. She would be at the top of this list as a resource. She's been wonderful with the Cedar Grove work, really engaged with us, really engaged with us launching the network, and we're just excited to keep growing it, learn more, share more, and build more opportunities to impact our communities through saving these really sort of sacred, historical, and the big word I'm looking for is really monumental places. I mean, the stories and opportunities that exist within what's happening in these cemeteries that are overlooked is pretty substantial. So we're excited about engaging with that. And then finally, the last thing I'd like to share with you guys is that we have done a social media page on Facebook here, and we invite you guys all to join the group. Please share your feedback on our presentation today, your thoughts on how we can improve. Also, we are open to any inquiries about how we can support you in the work that you guys are doing in the field. So with that, I'd really like to thank everyone for the time. Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, you guys have been amazing support to us, so we're really happy to be invited and get an opportunity to share with you and the group some of the work we got going on here. With that, I will stop and answer any questions that I can. I'm going to back up 1 second. I do want to let everyone know, I mentioned Cedar Grove. That's savecedargrove.org. That's my cemetery that I sort of lead the work on. But we also just launched a YouTube page, so please check us out there. So it's Cedar Grove on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Very exciting work. So since this is a more conversational section of our day, folks, if you have any questions or comments for Shay, you can just go ahead and unmute, speak up.
Hi, this is Gigi McGraw with Mount Lawn Cemetery in Darby Township. Thank you for your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Hello, Gigi.
Hi, I do have a question. So great work. You said in the beginning you started with nothing. It was very few of you, and now you have collaborations with different organizations. I want to ask you, because I'm trying to start a land stewardship program with high school students and perhaps some Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. What was your first step in order to get a base of volunteers or a base of people who supported the cemetery?
Well, I'll tell you, we got really lucky in the fact that I was introduced to the cemetery by a history student at the time at University of North Carolina, Charlotte. And this was his assignment, or the assignment he had picked for his master's. He shared with me that he had a real desire to have get that information that he was collecting into the hands of the community, since he felt like he was outside of the community, but had the capacity to really launch a learning opportunity with the cemetery. So he enrolled me. He's now since moved to Michigan, so I carry most of the weight with this. But I mention that because through our cleanups that we put together, we were able to reach out to the university. And when we did reach out to them, we were surprised with such a huge response. So they had a military and veteran service group there. They were excited to get engaged once we located some veterans in our cemetery. The local that student population at that school really stepped up. They are always looking for volunteer hours, group activities to do. So that was another great opportunity for us to get groups of people out. We went to the local high school. They have a alumni association. So what we were able to do was really start to find a lot of people that had local connections to the property. really start to lean in that way. And then I also credit social media. We always did a lot of promotion and invitation for people to come out whenever we had a cleanup. And finally, food. If we fed them, they came.
Nice. Thank you.
This is Bertha Jackmon, and I just wanted to remind everyone that on the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website, we do have a resources tab. And one of the resources that they mention under getting started is a listing of preservation plans. So preservation plans of some of our people or some of the cemeteries that have received many grants in the past. And there's, I believe there's, let's see, looks like there's about 13 different cemetery plans that you might want to take a look at to figure out, what you can do to plan for your cemetery in the future. I just wanted to bring that back up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Great. Okay. Any other comments or questions specifically for Shay or? Okay, well, thank you very much. Folks, if there's anyone else working on cemetery stewardship and you want to discuss what you're working on, how things are going, have any questions that you want to put to the group, you can, again, go ahead, unmute, speak up, let us know what's going on.
I'll just say thanks again. I appreciate
you.
being here, and my contact information. Feel free to share that with the group as well. Feel free to reach out to me if there's anything that comes up.
Absolutely. If you want to put your own contact information in the chat too, if you wanted to reach out to people.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Barb, Jeanie.
Yeah, I was just taking some notes down for everything. Yeah. I do appreciate everyone participating and interacting, and I'm hoping that you all have gained knowledge from various sources, if not from every single one that was on today. I can't say enough about it. Hopefully you'll be able to give us some feedback through our to our email or through our website or something that is available to you, so that we can just like Bertha was saying, that we learn and that we can share. And there's a lot of things that we have online that might be applicable to you, especially like as Bertha had just mentioned about those that had received grants from us over the years, and coordinators, people that we brought in for them to help them go over their planning on what they needed to do to get their cemeteries a little bit better, and some of them have been able to do some magnificent things at their cemeteries. So we hope that you will take advantage of that and take a look. And if there's any kind of suggestions or whatever that you can send to us so that we can share with those who have not been on the call, but desire to, excel in what they're doing, please don't hesitate to share that information. We're all open for suggestions and evaluations and everything else. And we just need to, as I say, unify. Don't be the crab in the basket. Be the one who's at the top trying to pull us up and out of everything that we're trying to do and keeping our history alive. If you have any questions or you have any thoughts, if you want to do anything, right now is the time to do it, because we have this, as I want to say, it's the open mic time,
Yes.
and this is the time to get your answers directly from the persons. Okay. So, Stephen, I heard from you a little bit earlier, and somebody said, well, we're going to get you to dance. I think it was going to.
It was sing. There, we danced also.
Okay, there you go.
Can't see the whole thing, but I don't know.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not a dancer. I'm a singer, but
Oh, you want to
Yeah.
sing? Okay. Okay. Well, how did you like
Uh,
our music that was played during the intermission?
oh my God, it goes to the core of so much of the enormity of Black culture and art and the backbone of America, really. Um,
Yeah.
so that was beautiful. It was really beautiful. And
I think great selections for everybody. And yes, it just reminded me of as growing up at church and hearing the old fashioned songs, and everybody was a cappella and they could just do their thing. So it was just wonderful. So I
really
see Gigi
was.
has her hand up. Maybe she wants to join in with the singing and dancing.
I'll take a rain check on that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that it was really great. This is a time to kind of throw things out for people who've done this longer. Um, I have been told to reach out to Home Depot and some other hardware places in the area. But what I'm coming up against is that they have an online process, and it's geared for nonprofits. And at
Yeah.
this time, Friends in Mount Lawn is just a grassroots initiative or organization. So, how can you push past that and kind of be able to get an in-kind donation without going through their online application?
Unfortunately, because everybody that has lots of dollars wants to contribute and use it as a tax write-off. When I first started, it wasn't a problem. They would just give me things out the door, or even drop them off for me. But over the last 10, 15 years, they changed their giving policy now to have you apply and have that 501c3. Maybe someone within your area could do it for you, to acquire whatever you need. Or even if they went to the Home Depot and got you some good old gift cards so that you use that and apply it to what you need. If it's a lawnmower or something like that, maybe tell the world what you need as far as, what are your needs? Do you need lawnmowers? Do you need rakes, especially now that the tree leaves are coming down? Do you need little chainsaws? And I say little because I have a little tiny one, but I don't use it. I let somebody else use it. Be like the whack-a-mole. I'd be whacking down everything. So, but anyway, use that technique. I have done that myself, and also put out there on your emails or in your local newspapers and your churches to see if anybody has lawnmowers or any items that you need that they can drop off for you. It doesn't have to be necessarily new. It's just got to be usable and functional until you can get your 501.
There's also some organizations that do like beautification efforts. That's their mission. And partnering with that sort that's where the portfolio partnerships I talked about comes in. Is sometimes you do have to buddy up with somebody else, but don't restrict yourself to people who are just doing history things. For example, there's a cemetery in Southport, North Carolina, where they got their funding for benches and trash cans from AARP, the retirement folks. And so don't keep your scope small, or it has to be like-minded. You'll find lots of partners all over your community that are tangentially associated. Like we like to make sure that the trash is picked up on our streets. We are a nonprofit that we can write and then have a sharing contract with the weed whackers and the lawnmowers that you get. So yeah, I think I support that. Find your partners and go through it that way so that everyone benefits in your community, not just spread the wealth, because the wealth is not that great to begin with.
We've been able to navigate that through fiscal sponsorship or fiscal partnership. And again, back to what everyone said, the relationships in the community are really paramount. And if you can find that tangential touch, it could be quite helpful. We work with a group that is focused on youth programming. And one of the ways we were able to have that make sense for them is that I actually created a youth program based on the information that we were finding. And that's been able to help us, to to some extent, certainly we need more, but that fiscal sponsorship does allow us to have people donate tax-free dollars or, tax write-off dollars, and doesn't require us to maintain a nonprofit organization to still be able to get that work done. One of the, I mentioned before, because it's been really significant for us, is the association with the veterans. The group that helps us do a lot of our cleaning is a nonprofit. We have not done the fiscal relationship with them because we already had that in place, but just that partnership alone didn't, they don't give us any money, but they bring us a labor force that's almost, unmatched. They probably had 1,200 people at our cemetery in the past 3 years.
That's awesome. Steve, do you have something? You got your hand up?
Yes, would love to just make a quick announcement. We have some very exciting news that Shiloh AME Church and Cemetery here in Westtown Township, Chester County, Pennsylvania, received the historic marker, and it has been erected in front of the site of Shiloh AME Church and Cemetery.
Congratulations.
So we're very excited. It just went up, so I have to take some photos of it and take a look at it. But we're so grateful to Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, who's been guiding us in this whole journey, and particularly Bertha and Crystal. You guys have been instrumental in this whole effort. So it's, it's great news. 14 United States colored troops are buried there, upwards of 140 graves, and some really immense history. Reverend Jarena Lee, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner preached there. So it's very exciting. And the date for the marker ceremony, dedication ceremony, will be April 11th, 2026 at St. Paul's Baptist Church.
It's wonderful. Okay. Well, send us that information so we can put it in our newsletter, okay?
Absolutely.
That would be a big help. That would be a big help. I also have placed in the chat, different sources that I've used over the years, and like the Eagle Scouts. I've had about 7 or 8 Eagle Scouts over the years, and they will bring their own supplies. One of the things they're supposed to be doing is to raise their own money to do the project. And possibly, Gigi, you can grab in some Eagle Scouts or send out a note to the scouts and let them know what your needs are. And maybe one of the young people, and they have the Eagle Scouts now for the girls too. So maybe that would be a way to help get things done for you. Also, the Masons, they have done things for us. The VFW, the American Legions, have done work and helped out the frats, and also the sorority groups come up and do work. There's even the oh my God, the churches will, especially if there's any persons in your cemetery, like even the founding members of your area churches, might come out and either donate directly to you or buy the equipment. Just tell them what you need, and especially if they see that you're out there functioning and getting the work done. So let it be known out there amongst your folks that what you need and who you're trying to take care of. And even the 6 AAA, the NAACP, any Black organizations or even white organizations, because sometimes you can get from some people more than you get some other people. But there's all kinds of little avenues out there. And don't forget, we're here to help you, direct you, and do whatever else we can do to make things happen for all of our stores. We can't come out there necessarily to be hands in the dirt, but we surely will try to send out some information and give you some kind of guidance. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I see a note from Melissa about the cemetery mapping project that she received was by an Eagle Scout. So I've got a lot. I've had fencing put up. I've had new benches put in and rehabbed, and oh my God, and one of them helped with doing some video for the website, my website. It's just been
kiosks, like information kiosks. I've had them build those, stairs, retaining like the short walls for a parking lot to keep the cars from driving in there. Yeah, no, don't underestimate the
Eagle Scouts.
ROTCs,
Yes.
the military folks, reservists, because the active and reserve military are great too, because if your cemetery is remote and you don't have access to water and you're doing a cleaning project, they can bring those big water buffalo tanks that they use for emergency purposes with them. And then you got thousands of gallons of water at your disposal for nothing. You don't have to haul buckets out there.
Yeah, and also, you know, get to know the people in your township, as it was mentioned earlier, you know, or your borough, or your state, not your state, but your wherever you live, wherever the cemetery is located at. Get to know the people that are your political folks, and they're always trying to get that photo up, you know, and they'll bring some of the equipment that you need because they want to be seen, you know. So if they're going to use you, you might as well use them, okay, and get what you need, and have them out there to get their hands in the dirt. And if not, you can throw some dirt at them, you know, but just get them out there. And also the town, like I have the township come and pick up all of our debris and everything like that. They're always helpful to us, and always trying to make sure that the place is secured, that the flag is raised or put a half staff as it needs to be. They do all kinds of things for Midland. So I'm sure that it can be replicated with you and everybody else. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, folks, I think we're coming up on the end of everything. Are there any other questions? I see a hand raised, but is that you, Crystal, or is that you,
That
Jeanie?
is a wrap.
Is that what that little you know what, it was my own hand.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat to our YouTube once again, just a reminder. You can view all of our sessions from the past 5 years on there, and then this one will be up shortly, but it'll also go out in an email to all of our registrants too. So
Well, folks, thank you. God bless you. Continue to keep us in your prayers. You know, we got you in ours, and so we'll be talking, we'll be connecting. All right. And we're gonna say goodbye. Go get some lunch, go get some dinner, Robert, and whenever we can get together, we're gonna go and visit the professor down there in DC, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Georgetown
Blessed day,
University.
everyone.
All right.
Take care.
We'll be talking. Take care, everybody. God bless.
thank you all.
Yeah, bye-bye. Take care.
All right. I'm going to keep my board members on. We're going to yak.